What? That was it? Boring. Ta-da! The star of the show has arrived! Cookie Run Kingdom. You want in on a scrumptious little secret? A tiny droplet of deceit can bring down a mighty empire. We all live for some spicy drama, am I right? This can't be real. Liar, liar, pants on fire. Well, 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 are we ready for some tomfoolery? Sorry to break it to you, I'm a liar. Would that be a lie? What'd you do? I'm kind of into it. Bravery and hope? Oh, the hypocrisy. Hope is nothing else but a cheap trick of the mind. Whoa, pal, you don't want to get on my bad side. I planted a itty-bitty seed of doubt in your heart. A world blanketed with a cloth of lies. Makes me smile every time. This world is a joke. Believe me, I know stuff. Lying is bad? Oh, I'm so sorry! Time for the grand finale! What? That was it? Boring! Welcome! Welcome, folks! Take a seat. Oh, wait, I guess you're already seated at home. We didn't have streaming back in the day. Just to break the fourth wall a little bit, I was
Dança, gatinho, dança.
I love Krabby Patty.
What the? Oh, no, this is... Oh!
La 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 la. Bet you can't catch me!
Happy birthday!
Thank you!
Mahaba man ang araw, kaya yan. Kasama mo ang sarap ng Skyflakes.
Access denied. Access denied. Access denied. Access denied. Access denied. Access denied.
This universe is mine. I am God here.
Большое спасибо за просмотр. Если вам понравилось это видео, вы можете поддержать меня лайком, комментарием или поделившись этим видео с друзьями. А чтобы не пропустить новые видео, подписывайтесь на канал и тыкайте в колокольчик. Всем добра, пока!
Күз кез көз, күш кеш көш, кір кер көр, күл кел көл, кілең қысқа сөз кім оқиды тез. Арқада алты арқар бар, қырқада қырық арқар бар, қырық арқарда ақ арқар бар, алты арқарда марқа арқар бар. Әбдіреде әбігер әтеш отыр, әбігер әтеш отырған әбдірені әжем ашып отыр. Гүлім...
Казахстан угрожает нам бомбардировкой. Казахстан угрожает нам бомбардировкой. Казахстан угрожает нам бомбардировкой. Казахстан.
I'm going to ask you this only once. Do you or do you not know about the bird?
to get the other pill.
Well, hello there, little man. What can I do for ya?
The pill. Where's the pill?
Ah, you've come to the right place, man. We've got all kinds of pills. Primo quality products. Straight from Kingston, Jamaica.
Look, I'm just interested in that one pill. The big white one. Now, where is it?
Now, you gotta be a little more, how they say, Pacific. We got a lot of pills here, and all of them is white. We got juju beans, magic sparklies, some potency pills to make the little missus happy, you know what I mean? What kind of poison you be looking for?
Oh, come on! Don't hold out on me, man. I need my fix. Oh, there it is! There's the power pill! That's just what I was looking for. Oh, wonderful.
What? That funky looking thing? I always thought it was one of them fancy bisexual art pieces. Well, it's your funeral, man. Watch out for the edges. This is a sharp mother. Man, I told you this shit was good.
Game over.
And now, the nations of the world, brought to you by Yakko Warner.
Norway and Sweden and Iceland and Finland and Germany now one piece. Switzerland, Austria, Czechoslovakia, Italy, Turkey and Greece. Poland, Romania, Scotland, Albania, Ireland, Russia, Oman. Bulgaria, Saudi Arabia, Hungary, Cyprus, Iraq and Iran. There's Syria, Lebanon, Israel, Jordan, both Yemen, Kuwait and Bahrain. The Netherlands, Luxembourg, Belgium and Portugal, France, England, Denmark and Spain. India, Pakistan, Burma, Afghanistan, Thailand, Nepal and Bhutan. Cambodia, Malaysia, then Bangladesh, Asia and China, Korea, Japan, Mongolia, Laos.
I guess I'm always just gonna be one of those guys who throws like a girl.
You wish you threw like a girl.
Meg?
You're gonna throw out that first pitch, Dad. and I'm gonna teach you.
Ha 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 ha! Much laughter and exaggerated scenarios ahead.
This joke was written by AI while the writers were on strike.
Allow me to address the anxiety underlying your concern, rather than trying to answer every possible question you
Oh, I thought you were a cop.
He's one of us. I told you they'd be coming for us next.
At this point, I hope you're wrong.
What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? A fucking cat? Hey, don't fucking look at me like that. That's a weird looking fucking cat.
I'm going to go lock the door. Wait, where did the cat go?
No, 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 no.
You like kissing boys, don't you?
What about kissing men?
You like kissing boys, don't you? You like...
Mami, gente.
Ooh, you all like kissing boys. Ooh, y'all are boy kissers. Ooh.
On January 24th, Apple Computer will make you a boy kisser. And you'll see why 1984 won't be like 1984.
Stronger, stronger, stronger.
Get ready, guys.
Everyone was stronger, stronger, stronger. To a point where the next one's going to be, you know what, the N-word. You know what the N-word is, right?
Nuclear.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for the clarification.
I figured you'd want to clean that up. No, it's the N-word. That's a very nasty word, right? In a lot of ways. The N-word used in a nuclear sense, that's the worst thing that can happen.
You know, I was gonna drop an N-word on the Japanese to stop you guys from pre-ordering, but Vance here said, you shouldn't do that. You really shouldn't do that. He said, if you drop an N-word, then Russia will launch their N-words, and N-words are gonna be flying all over the place. So I didn't use the N-word. But if I pay $80 for Mario Kart and it doesn't work out, probably I will do it. I would almost say definitely. And what do you mean by N-word? Nuclear bomb, Pierres. We've been through this. That's what I call nukes, the N-word. Sometimes I call them the N-bomb. And if they're very radioactive, I call them hard R, as in hardcore radiation. People shouldn't say these words.
This is absolute fucking... This is amazing. How is this so good? Well, I guess this guy's not going to get a Honda partnership. And he had the hard R at the end. Listen.
Nuclear.
See that?
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for the clarification.
I figured you'd want to clean that up.
Man.
It's the N-word. That's a very nasty word, right? In a lot of ways.
Actually farming? How do you say something like that?
Now we're playing with the big stuff. The N-word.
Dude, what?
When you first power up the machine, you get a command screen. Nothing unusual.
In the 80s, that's what you see when you start up a computer. There's no Apple logo with a deafening dong, dong, dong.
A 486SX with Intel, the computer inside.
Pond's Age Miracle with the powerful blend of hexyl retinol for youthful-looking skin overnight.
Televisa presenta
Ven a Doggies. Doggies tiene el mejor hot dog. Para los amigos, la polola y la prima. Doggies tiene el mejor hot dog. Para la familia, el vecino y la hermana.
Para todos, el mejor hot dog.
Doggies.
Hello, doggies.
Not doggies.
Doggies.
Ok, 3, 2, 1.
International Superstar Soccer. International Superstar Soccer.
GQ World Soccer Perfect 11.
Campeonato brasileiro. Golaço! Campeonato brasileiro. Super Descentralizado 2. Fútbol excitante. ¡Ay,
Campeonato Brasileiro.
Saludo. 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 Saludo.
International Superstar Soccer Deluxe. 実況ワールドサッカーファイティングイレブン。
Fútbol Argentino 96. Brasileiro 96. Fútbol colombiano 96. Fútbol peruano 97. Fútbol ecuatoriano 97. Ronaldinho Soccer 96. Ronaldinho Campeonato Brasileiro 98. 99. Fútbol brasileiro 99.
Futebol brasileiro 2007.
Campeonato Brasileiro.
International Superstar Soccer.
J リーグパーフェクトストライカー。
Ronaldinho success!
International Superstar Soccer 98.
Konami Sports.
International Superstar Soccer.
So what do you want, murderer?
So what do you want, murderer?
No more squeegee, please!
What you really need to imagine is waking up in the middle of the night, seeing a figure in the corner of the room like this, and then slowly his head turns towards you. And it's the last thing you ever see.
All is not well with the Transformer Snack Factory. Captain Crunch, come quickly. Is an intruder in the factory. I think it's Baron Kablam. In bursts the ghastly Baron von Scoffelot. I've come for a secret recipe, and Captain Crunch can't stop me. Yak, yak, yak. Elk, elk, elk. Moose, moose, moose. Can Captain Crunch stop this villain? Will our hero save the day? I don't care.
No kaya't mo tisulit, at freska to nakamitin.
Introducing the new Isuzu UX. Take the lead.
Hello! It's finally happened. A true successor to the Pop Station has been developed. A sequel, if you like. Pop Station The Next Generation. You know, like in Star Trek when they replaced William Shatner with Patrick Stewart and then replaced all the plots with technobabble. Anyway, let's get on with it. First, there was the Pop Station. Now, there is the PCP Station. Yes, because it's always a good idea to name your fake toys after some sort of horrifying, mind-bending drug. PCP, actually, if you remember old 80s action films, was often used as an excuse for why the villain suddenly had superpowers. Somebody would, like, smash through a wall and then chuck a car across the street and then take 43 bullets to the chest, and somebody would say, "Look out, he's on PCP," as if that was an excuse. When in real life, PCP is more likely to make you sort of sit alone in a room and carve your own face off. Anyway, PCP Station Value Pack. Yes, it's like in the fake PSP box again. Look, it's all the stuff on the bottom that I don't think the real PSP has had in its box for years. Game Advance. Yes, it's still a value pack with earphone. Just the one. Oh dear, I've got to stop doing that joke. Game handle, which is kind of like a controller, only the same. And colour display, which is probably a lie, like always. And shown on the front is the wonderful game Thunderbolt Airplane, which looks suspiciously like Super Mario to me, and also has no characters. Anyway, let's have a look around the box. Upside down. Popsian Game Advance. No, it's not Pop, is it? It's PCP. Sorry, I was thrown off by the Cien thing. I wonder what that means. It says station there. Oh no. Here we are. Cien again. And what about the back? No, it doesn't say. Top, bottom. Oh yes, here we are. Oh, that one says station. Bizarre. I wonder where all the tops to the T's went. Perhaps they're collecting them and going to use them later. They've got some redemption value or something. Oh, look, it's available in different colours. Silver and white, and red and black. And neither of them are ticked, so this is like the magical unknown one. Right. How does that work? I've sort of printed the back upside down or something. Bizarre. Right, let's read the tat on the back. Function keys manual, blah blah, battery installation, blah blah blah. Warning, oh, it was like the warnings, and there's plenty of them. Not suitable for children under 3 years old, due to swallowing small parts, subject to the technical change and change of colour. Yes, if a child under 3 swallows the small parts, they will undergo a technical change and then change colour. Makes sense to me. All packing materials, such as instruction sheet, plastic bags, stickers, and not the necessary part of this product, should be disposed of for your child's safety. Safety first. Batteries must be removed and inserted with the correct polarity. Blah, blah, blah. Boring, boring, boring. Please retain this important information if you can understand any of it. Made in China. I'm not surprised. 1.5 volts, AAAs. Yep, again, I'm not surprised. Oh, that's the... just stare at that in confusion. That's the don't throw it in a bin symbol, just really badly rendered. It looks more like it's saying, if you've got a long square face, don't wear a bad wig. There we are. Sad Onion says, not for children aged 0 to 8. Children under 3 up there. See, it's even more dangerous the further you go down the box. Save our planet. Please recycle. Another recycling thing. And the certificate of European safety, which is probably a fake they've just printed on. Okay, let's have a look. Optional games. Thunderbolt Airplane. Now actually looking like a sky as opposed to Super Mario. Oh dear, I've forgotten that. Super Mary, which is obviously Super Mario after he's undergone a gender swap operation. Street Overlord. Oh no, it's that blooming Street Fighter, City Fighter thing game again, where people pull their own arms off and throw them at each other. Non-such Fly Racing. Presumably a racing game about a fly that doesn't exist. I don't really know. And... Sorry, excuse me. Haven't looked at this box in ages, and I'd forgotten this one was called Chanticleer Hegemony, which has got to be the most ludicrous title for a game ever, and it shows a picture of a beach, inexplicably. I mean, a Chanticleer is like a really old term for a cockerel, isn't it, a rooster, and hegemony is some sort of political thing where sort of part of a federation has control of another part or something, so what? It's a game about political roosters controlling things. I don't know. Why is it on a beach? What is this game? If I remember, it's not in the box, so we won't actually know. Never mind. One extra feature, and you're going to love this. The PCP station is now so advanced, they want you to see what it looks like. The box has a flap. So you can see what it looks like before you buy it. That's probably a really bad idea for selling them, because, you know, take one look at that and you're going to run off as opposed to part with cash. Also, they didn't bother printing anything in the inside lid. It looks cheap. Right, the time has come to open her up and see what lurks inside. Although, as we've already seen explicitly what lurks inside by looking through the flap, it's not going to be much of a surprise. Especially not to me, because I've already opened it up and put batteries in earlier. OK, plastic, out it comes. Oh, look. Massive upgrade to the instructions. Now it's on a sheet of A4. Half of them are in Chinese and half of them are in English, which kind of makes sense. Some kind of control matrix, which you presumably need some kind of degree in something obscure to understand. Right, Game 1, Street Overlord. The game have 9 level. Each passed must have 2 victory and 3 chessboard. Exceed 2 chessboard to able to pass a test. Great, that's sorted that out. What about non-such racing? I'm intrigued by the title. The game begin enter demo mode. Rate is H and L pace. Hale and Pace, an old British comedy duo. H document most speed can 250. L can 150 rate. Racing also... Oh, go on. This is what I'm interested in most. Good old Chanticleer Hegemony. Basic operation. A key and B key. Drag and roll. Air dran and roll. Speediness double hit. Air speediness carom. Ready for fight. Dragonfall under with Hank Cyclone. Jumping, send out a big Hank Cyclone. What is this about? Is it a shoot-em-up? Is it something about dragons fighting each other? Is it some kind of drug-induced hallucination? I have no idea. Game 4, Thunderbolt Airplane. The airplane can shoot single-rank bomb. It will 2-rank aerolite, favour left and right, still move in middle screen. If it send out shot wipe aerolite, the shot will disappear. Right, I'll bear that in mind. And finally, Super Mary. Dun, 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 dun. The game begin, enter demo. Press start key, right? The game have 9 degree and 5 passed. First degree have money. Each degree a piece route is first degree route repeat. But the way move speed is can quicken. Also, I've just noticed, look, it explicitly calls the character rather than Mary, Merio. If third passing screen in right appear small man, the road stop. This time Merio, 8. The road keep on ahead motion. Yeah, see, the problem with Google Translate is don't work very well from going from sort of Chinese to English, does it? You thought they'd have sussed that out by now and perhaps employed somebody who speaks a bit of both. Anyway, here's the device. Thunderbolt Airplane is already installed. What excitement. And you can see my ridiculous face. Hello. That was fun. Right, Street Overlord, Super Mary, and they're the only games we have. Tragically, we can't play the weird dragon thing or Chanticleer Hegemony or... Hang on, Chanticleer Hegemony was the dragon thing, wasn't it? Oh, I'm so confused. These pop stations always do that to me. And soon they'll be doing it to you too. Right, quick look at the unit. It's got a weird hole in the back. I don't know what that... Hang on! Let's get back the box. Earphone, game handle, neither are actually included. Very naughty. I was going to say that looks like something where a controller would plug in but doesn't actually have any input, which is odd. Batteries go in there. Pane comes out here. Speakers, well, one's probably a speaker, one's probably just holes. D-pad, blah, blah, blah. Xbox 360 rip-off buttons. In fact, I think that's what they're trying to do with the aesthetics. They've tried to make a PSP look a bit more Xbox 360 and not really pulled it off. Push button that ejects the screen, doesn't it? Yeah. I presume it does. I haven't actually tried that. Yeah, oh, yes. Quite violently, in fact. Get that back in. And there's the on switch. No. Oh, no, that's the backlight, look. The backlight that's actually a front light and only lights up the right-hand side. That's quite odd. Oh, that'll work. Let's see what Thunderbolt Airplane is like, shall we? a sort of bastardised version of Entrance to the Gladiators there. Right, start. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It's like Afterburner, only appalling. Can't appear to shoot through the clouds. So I'm the sort of A10 thing at the Cessna or something at the bottom, got to shoot the aeroplane up the top. This isn't very interesting. It's all new, that's something. Slightly more advanced than the old Pop Station games, I suppose. I use the term slightly under advisement. Oh, come on, just shoot it. It's boring. What does the B button do? Oh yeah, nothing. Neither do any of the others. Marvellous. So what, you just kind of fire into the air and never hit this thing at the top? Meanwhile, clouds that look like escapees from asteroids float on overhead. This is so tedious, it's... Oh yes, I think I hit it! It went blip. Go on, I've got to blow it up, go on. Dun 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 dun. Oh, it hit me, I think. See, usually when aircraft fire sort of large things to hit each other, it doesn't go bing! There's usually some sort of explosion, is my understanding. Anyway. Are we shooting each other's missiles out of the air? Is that the reason of the tedium? Oh, it's got me now. Oh, forget it. That's the most boring thing since Captain Boring. And I just made him up. Right, next. Oh, go on. Street Overlord. I'm hoping this is going to be a bit different, because, you know, the unit's different and everything, and I kind of said it was a next generation at the start. Probably should have tried this game out first. Never mind. Let's go. Oh no, it's exactly the same, music and everything. Oh no, wait! Flashy faces in the corners, what's going on? That's Ryu on the left and Sagat on the right in negative, I think. Yeah. Blimey, they've actually ripped off Street Fighter characters. Until the game starts, I dare say. Right, start. This is awful. Oh yeah, look. They've kind of upgraded the graphics a bit and made them look a bit like Ryu and Sagat. And still it's just people chucking their arms at each other. Or chucking their legs, actually. Oh look, Hadouken at the top, look! Depending which part of the screen you go to, he has different, well, I would say frames of animation, but that's stretching it a bit. Punchy, fiery. Game's about the same, except now works on 3 levels as opposed to the single level of the original. Still absolute rubbish. Please see the characters are ripped off, though. That's always brings a smile to my face. Okay, last one. This is what I'm most interested in, because I've got no idea how they're going to get a platform game on a Pop Station derivative. Super Mary! Go on, then. Let's hear what it sounds like. Oh, haven't turned it on. Same music as the aeroplane thing. Right, start. Well, there's lots of Marios and coins and lines. Presumably these lines are used to make platforms, or is it a maze? I can't tell. This doesn't make any sense. What's going on? What? Oh no! Look! Look at the score at the top. The numbers don't make any sense. It's doing that thing again where they've put the wrong game with the wrong screen or whatever, and it's actually Thunderbolt Airplane, isn't it? Just showing with the Super Mary graphics. Ah, heartbreaking. I was really looking forward to seeing what that looked like. That's just how sad my life has become. Oh well, enough. Off. Onto the sofa with ye. Off. Thank you. Oh well, what can we say to that? It's a successor to the Pop Station. It's slightly more advanced in that it's got a bigger screen and interchangeable backgrounds, and the games have a little bit more to them. The Super Mario one looking quite interesting if it worked, but yeah, it's the same old Pop Station stuff. Slightly tedious, doesn't work properly, makes my brain hurt, avoid at all costs. You heard it here first. Unless somebody else reviewed it before me, of course.
What's a spell like that? What's a spell? Oh.
Oh, and Rocky Brown Boy's taking the beating of his life.
Hope you're drinking that bell, I can't concentrate.
It's over, Rock!
Not that it's over, just give me something to drink.
There ain't nothing on earth gonna save you now!
Lipton Brisk Iced Tea here!
Except maybe this!
Your Balboa needs a miracle!
No, that's fuck!
Get in there! Save some of that for the sequel!
It's a game, man. That's because it's old. You're not a boy anymore. You're old, like me. Any of you guys that tune into my Garbage Time card channel and you wonder, how did me and James meet, mate? We've been mates for over like 10 years. It's called Vintage Video Games. Old games, mate. I love it. Well, just like my taste in cars tends to be on the dumpier side, mate. And it's the same with electronics. And I'm always looking for bootleg rubbish. And oh my goodness, this was just... I wonder if this actually is from the 80s, because that is done in pencil. It's the 78. Don't tell me this is their 78th go at this. I'd hate to try the 1. Now, you've all read the title, and you're looking at 3-in-1 interchangeable game. You're saying, you're a liar, and I'm going to unsubscribe. No one in their whole life would come up with the title of this video. Will you sit down right now, mate? Because there it is. The interchangeable game child. Isn't it wonderful? I mean, do you get it now? It's not Game Boy. No, this is Game Child. It's all over the box. I like how they've used 2 blues, which make it hard to read. I think all this video is going to do is bring out how many Ashens fans there are. All right, we're getting close to busting this nug out, mate, but there's an epic thing about this, mate. This thing is a double bootleg. Right? Because remember those Tiger handheld games that I did where it was like, that's the lowest tier console experience I could ever imagine. How could this be an actual thing? Well, those were official ones. This is a knockoff Tiger in a knockoff Game Boy chassis. The double bootleg, the interchangeable game child. Ooh, there's more. Hey, the other version is called the Cook. Yeah, look, these are horrible. These really do suck. Invader! Wow, man, it features 2 levels of gameplay, automatic scoring and bonus display, and clock function. So basically, it's in competition with your kitchen clock and a pencil. Oh, there's no sad onions on it. All right, here we go. This is exciting. I've been meaning to open this for a long time. Give me my game child. Oh, it's lovely. Oh, no. Does this need button boys? Ooh, we're in big trouble. Oh, awesome. We got Invader. Wait, they spelled it right there. Invader. Invader. Duh, you gave me the wrong one, mate. Oh, jeez. Comes with a business spreadsheet. Are you kidding me? I don't even wanna. Oh, mate, this battery situ is really worrying me. I do have a stash of button boys just in case, and gosh, I'm hoping it's one of them. Oh, lovely. Ew, it's already got one. Oh, well, hang on. Dingus, this is the only one I can find. Stinking button cell battery, like, oh, nuggety things, man. Like, this could just be a AAA. All right, like, how... Is it the same roundness? Looks like it's very slightly thinner. Oh, it's so close. I'm just gonna smash it home. Please work. Please, Game Child. Game Child! Yes! Oh, does it just go in and I can like pretend that everything's fine? The answer is not. No, this is easy. This is so easy. Oh man, we're gonna be game childing for minutes. Oh man, my dressmaker scissors got left out and they're spraying rust everywhere. Give me a piece of this, mate. Thank you. All right, fold this over itself like a crappy spring. Stick that in there and you smash this idiot home. This is bad. No, come on, Game Child. What if I just hold my finger? Wait, no, it's jammed in there. So if I just... I have to keep the butt of the screwdriver in the back. Oh, come on. I'm gonna make some tweaks. I'm gonna bend the contact out just a little bit extra. That's it, baby. We got this. I'm getting less and less results by the second. I'm losing control of the game child. This is getting suspicious. This should just work if I just hold it in. Oh my goodness. I need backup. I need help. I need to experience the interchangeable game child. James! James, I need your assistance. I desperately want to play Submarine, but I've only got a battery that is slightly too thin. But if I push it in there, sometimes it works. I've tried this. I've already tried this. I'm just saying that. So, you know, we can get that on the record. Then James has heard me say that I've already tried this. And as I said, I already told you, I tried this way. Full-blown surgery on the interchangeable game child has begun. Ooh. That's it. That's all the guts.
It's because it's all corroded.
What? You telling me this thing's a piece of crap? I have to play it, James.
See the green on it.
I need to play this, James. Oh, mate, this baby's getting the full treatment. 1,000 grit paper and all. Wait, James has just told me that this is only an LCD, apparently.
I think so. I think it's... Do you want me to open it? Let's have a look.
So all the games are actually stored inside of it?
Yeah, well, it's not. It's one game, and then just the stuff that you move around on the screen changes.
Oh!
Just an LCD screen.
Yeah, so every game is basically the exact same thing, but with different looking things that beep and, like, blop around.
That's it.
Wow, what a piece of rubbish. Can we put it again? I've got to play it now. My game child, James.
I want to see it working too.
This is the nugget graveyard for all the Quack Quack the duck. You're gonna salvage his guts for this.
I reckon.
I haven't thrown away any of the nugs, man. They get put in this metal container. But like, yes, Quack Quack's soul lives on. Picking the bones of Quack Quack here. Huge battery upgrade, guys. Massive big chungus battery upgrade. Yeah, now we're talking.
Judge! May lasting saktong lamig. Mag-judge ka muna.
This thing's dying on the operating table. This is going really terribly.
Yeah, whenever I push this button over here, it starts to work for a little bit. I think it's got a bad connection somewhere.
Oh, man. This thing's getting a full overhaul. Oh, wow, James, you're getting right in there now, huh?
Oh, it's because the dye is right there. It doesn't actually have goop over it. That is amazing. I have never seen that before.
You may not be able to hear James and the fans. Normally, it's just like a blob with like the processor underneath it, and that is the raw dye, apparently, like the back of the chip. He's never seen it before. No, James, don't touch it. Just leave it. James, I just need to play my game.
Yeah, but I think it's corroded underneath. Look, that's the chip with no covering.
Wow, it's the raw little guy.
That's incredible. Under a microscope, you'd be able to see what the different parts of the CPU and all the RAM and everything.
James is now resoldering every connection point. I must play my game. If this thing's anything less than PS5 graphics, I'm gonna be furious. It woke up!
Just when I resoldered this one.
Wow, it's kind of writhing on the operating table. Be careful with the little boy's corpse now.
Yeah, it's working.
Is it?
Yeah.
My man! Oh,
it's just that one
we're gaming tonight. Oh, what an epic bit of surgery, right? Just every single contact on the board needed fixing. Turns out, yeah, when I was pushing in the battery and it was kind of working, I wasn't making contact with the battery. I was flexing the board and making the contacts work. I told you, James with video games and electronics, mate. Like, go on Sussy's Instagram if you want to see like glimpses of his amazing hoard of games. It's worth it. Oh, I can finally play Submarine. So I'm meant to catch the people? Ah. This stinks. Oh, this is disappointing, guys. I was hoping this would rival my new PS5. Actually, it might even be better because Sony wouldn't take my payment information. I haven't actually been able to install a single game. Oh, well, maybe only Submarine totally sucks. I mean, we did learn that these are just screens and nothing else. Like, there is no game in this. It's the same game. Just, let's see. What am I? Ooh, the clock's freaking out real bad. Parts of it not loading? Oh! This screen isn't working properly. Game child, I gave up everything for you! Nah, invaders balked. Great. Oh, see how they ruined soccer. Oh, good, it doesn't even fit. Oh, hey, Bimmy! Where's the sound? Like, why not? Why no sound? Oh, good. Yep, I actually think it's balked. It's not actually showing my, my character. So if I push down... Yeah, I'm meant to be a soccer guy jumping around the oh, wait. I thought it almost worked. No. No! No! Submarine's the only one that works! That is absolute crap. Only Submarine works. The other games never were even made properly. Oh! And here I was thinking the interchangeable game child decent! Well, I'm glad I didn't waste James's precious time. Instead of working on, like, the cars and things, it was to spend all that time, and it was more than I wanted to spend, on fixing every solder point for this. Just find that the games aren't even different games, and they don't even work. Do you ever get the vibe that you've wasted a lot of your day? I'm getting that vibe right now. Well... I did get to play the game, child. Oh, hang on. Does this actually go back in there? Hang on, let's see. It does! Look at this. It's a kickstand now. I've improved it. That's amazing. No, I'm just going to leave this set up and see how long it runs for because this is a lot more battery than it's supposed to have. You see, it does the clock and an alarm and whatnot. So yeah, I think this might perpetually run for the rest of human history. I don't like the game, child. Well, that's it. Thanks so much for watching. Huge thanks to my patrons, especially these stinky names right here, because my $1 a month, I do extra videos. There are extra videos on Garbage Time, which is my car thing. You've just, James is in there. And I've got the drum thing, which is my drum thing. And then I stream on Float Plane, playing the drums and all that, but, extra dank pods. I'd like to play a game that doesn't suck. I want to play the Pokemans. Mate, I got this from Cashies, and I want to see, does it have a save game still? I mean, does it even turn on, to be honest? But, man, this is the first ever RPG I ever played, and I just adore it. Bust out me modded GBA, mate, and let's hit up some Pokemans. So, thanks so much, mate. I'll see you all next time. Whoa, who's a happy donut? Frank's a happy donut. That's a happy donut.
Handog ng Bear Brand. Ang 840 grams, 300 pesos na lang. Mag-Bear Brand araw-araw.
Telephones. Ooh, it's an old phone. Ooh, I'm so trendy with my... Oh, that's not old. Oh my gosh, this has yellowed. It's wild to see that a house phone is novel now. All right, mate, this is why us millennials are completely cooked, hey? Like, this is the phone that I had as a kid. Not the exact one, I'd find it again. This is how us Aussies know this is ancient. Look, it says telecom. But as a kid, no one had mobiles, mate. Like, as soon as you left the house, you were untraceable. It's a dream nowadays. You would call the house and then ask for one of its residents. But like, my first lick of the internet was when I was 8 years old, and by the age 13, I was depending on it for sustenance. My generation, we had the exact same childhood as current kids, which is just depending on the internet from like a young age. But this and a world without internet or computers was also normal. We relate to too many generations. And just like current phones with fun cases and wallpapers and whatnot, mate, people had fun with their telephones. Like, all phones basically sound the same, like through the speakers and whatnot, and that's, oh jeez. And that's a limitation of like the phone's infrastructure. It's designed to be reliable, not sound good. But the big thing I want to hear is the ring. The ring it makes. Now, like, you'd think that'd be dead easy, mate, because like you just plug her into your landline and off you go. Well, like, here's the thing, mate, I don't have a landline anymore. I don't. Like, why? Why would I have a house phone anymore? And so, fun enough, it's actually a little bit tricky to just have a button that makes these ring. Well, that's when we entered this thing. It's a power supply for telephones built in 1975. Of course, my old mate James would just have one of these laying around and has even made a button to just make the ringer work. James, everybody. He does have his own channel, by the way, where he makes his own portable Super Nintendo. Oh, God. See what happens. Can't wait to hear this again. Oh! I'll get it. Huh? Dad! Give it. Wait. All right. It's time to bring out the novelty telephones. And the first one is, ooh la la, ooh, the grand piano. Which is interesting because it's not plugged in yet, so, And those aren't the tones for the numbers, right? That, you know, doo, 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 whatever it is. No, those are, like, the actual notes on a keyboard. It's gorgeously yellowed. That's how you know it's classy. This looks like the sort of phone that would be in a smoker's house. Ooh la la. Piano. It's so yellow. Telecoast Australia, helping Australians communicate with fanciness. Oh, it's got old... no, we're just gonna leave that in there. Imagine the gossip this thing had to listen to. I'm not speaking to you anymore, Kelly! Better sound triple fancy. Not double fancy, I want triple fancy. Oi! That's not fancy. Hang on. Oh, no! My fancy phone! Oh, she's gone, mate. She's straight up gone. Why does this work and the phone bit not work? I'm so crushed. Shut up. All right, mate, let's get actual fancy. It's a Coke bottle phone. How could this be a phone, right? You look at this, you go, no, I can't even see it. Well, luckily, they've drawn it for us. She is not looking healthy. She's not doing well. She actually looks quite distressed. Sweetie, I hope that is the Coke bottle phone, because you might just be picking up random objects and talking to them. Plug, socket, keyboard, that's pushing it. Actually Australian delivered, that's so funny. Whoa, it's complete with wall bracket and screws. Extra long cord. It was easy to sell features back then. Oh wow, this is old. Look, in the British Crown Colony of Hong Kong. This old. Oh, goody. Styrofoam. I haven't looked in here yet. It could be full of rocks for all I know. Oh, that warranty. I wonder if it's still good. Coke bottle phone. Instruction manual. It's more like a card. How to plug it in, and that's it. 1985. Yep, there's not really a lot to this. Oh, ew. Someone tried to clean her, or someone tried to glue something back on. I think that's been glued back on. That's what. Okay. Yep, that's the plastic holster. What? Imagine smashing out a T9 Tex on this thing. Ew, they're gushy. And that's the hang-up. I like that it works anywhere. You really could just have this sitting on the counter like this, and it would be a fun. So yeah, you just pick it up and use it. It is actually kind of neat. I think the crappiest bit is this. Like, if you just had this sitting on the counter, well, actually, then if some kid knocked it over, no one would be able to call the house. It's all plastic, but it's all right. Got to hear that ring, though. What? Okay. That's not the ringer. No. I think it's all effed up. It sounds like a cricket just going... Brr, brr. When I first press it, we're like... and barely got working. That's really crap. That's disappointing. Ring, 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 ring. Hamburger phone. Why does every crappy low-tier thing arrive like this? What's the point of having shipping companies if all they do is destroy things? Yeah, had to find some modern low-tier thing, like this is brand spanking new. This is not vintage at all. It better look just like this, or I'm gonna be super mad. Flash, clean the dialed number when press this button and dial another number directly. Oh, that's a hamburger phone. That's a hamburger phone! Oh, yeah, baby. Please note that too many telephones on one line can cause some of the telephones to cease ringing out of jealousy. Hamburger phone. Alright, I like this one. It's actually better than in the pictures. What? TM, you can't copy this. It's like a guillotine. Why can't they make a mobile phone version of this? Yeah, where all it does is make calls, but it's mobile. That's excellent. I like it. I like it. It better have the best ringer of all of them. That's the best ring yet. That's heaps classic. What does that button do? Oh, that's literally how it hangs up. It pushes this little detent into this. That's high tech. What more would you expect from the burger phone? Yeah, but mate, what can I do for you? This makes me want to have a landline again. Well, mate, I saved the coolest one for last, and I actually think this would be cool. Some of your dads out there are going to be going, oh, mate, I totally have that. Oh, it's the Kawasaki Ninja motorcycle telephone. Genuine Kawasaki motorcycle telephone. What year is this from? It has to be 90s, and actually, now that I'm looking at it, that headpiece looks like it's a piece of crap. It's just a big slab of nothing, but Kawasaki Ninja, mate, come on, that's super neat. Oh, it's got race boys all over it. How can it be crap? It better ring. That's what I want to know. Is this brand new? Did nobody want the Kawasaki motorcycle telephone? Ooh, it stinks in here. Oh, safety instructions. Always wear a helmet. Wear your crash safety gear. Wear a seatbelt. Wait, yeah. It's a telephone, really. You just plug it in and hang it up. I'm worried this is brand new. It's brand new, man. No one wanted this. I'm experiencing like the dream Father's Day, basically. It was like, Dad, you can have this in the shed. Oh, why didn't I open up this one first? It came with... Ooh, get away. Will this ring? No, you piece of junk. I hate you. Ah. But whoa, look at this crumpet. Yeah. It's a big slab of plastic, but it's in the shape of a Kawasaki Ninja. Oh, that's heaps fun. Look, mate, the seat and the fuel tank and the pillion area is the handpiece, hey? Which is strangely heavy. Oh, I can't wait to speed dial 000 on this baby. Yep, this is just I mean, it's all pre-assembled, which is good. No tread on the front tires. That is not road legal. Or the back. Boo. I do like how the cables go into the back. That is a nice touch. Hook up, the dingus go. Barely goes in. Don't tell me this is low tier crap. I like how the RPM gauge is wound like all the way around. We go, ring ring. Oh, what? Really? It sounds like a semi backing up. Oh, what a pile of rubbish. How can I prefer the hamburger phone over this? Like, it's in the shape of a Kawasaki Ninja. That is the crappiest ring out of all of them. I'd rather the telecom phone, and I mean it. And it's not even comfortable to hold. Like, you feel like an idiot. And here I am wondering why no one bought this. Can you believe it was brand new? Happily put this back in its tomb. Glad they make it easy. Well, that's very sad when my favorites are the telecom touch phone. And I can't believe that my favorite is the burger phone. It makes the best sound. It has the best aesthetic. It's a piece of junk, but which one of these isn't? And by far the most disappointing one was the piano, who didn't survive its trip to the floor, and which means it won't survive this second one. Oh, well, that's it. Thanks so much for watching. Huge thanks to my patrons, especially these stinky names right here, because my $1 a month I do extra videos. There's extra videos on Garbage Time, which is my car thing, and then the drum thing, which is my drum thing. I play drums on float plane like 5 times a week. But extra dank pods, mate, like, we're looking at phones still, right? I saved one more for yous. It looks super cute, and it's actually just as confusing. It's the Snoopy phone. I don't know how anything here could be a phone, but that's what we're gonna find out. So, thanks so much, mate. I'll see you all next time.
Free to be expressed.
Oh
Oh, I don't think so. Timmy, you're too young for this. No, wait, don't cry. Here, Timmy, take this. Hey, wait a second. Aren't you that kind of famous YouTuber? Why, yes I am. Oh my god, it is so nice to meet you. Yeah, it's always great to meet a fan. Hey, remember when you did that really cringy video when you were younger? No? Here, I'll show it to you. Oh, that won't be necessary.
Sissy!
No! Oh, hey guys, I'm a woman driver on my way to work. Now, where did I put my work laptop? Oh well. Uh-oh. Now my boss is gonna pay me 23% less! What? That is not how women drive! Ugh! Gonna teach him a lesson! This is so heavy. Let's put it down here for now. Here or here? Here. Don't want to get them seats dirty. Ah, woman!
Thank you for calling Subaru. How may we help you?
Subaru, your patriarchy is making your cars sexy!
Set her down nice and easy. Nice and easy.
Oh no! I accidentally dented it! Oops! Would be a shame if I broke it and had to upgrade it. Damn it! Why won't you just die? Where did I put my MacBook? Did I leave it in the sheets again? Son, you left your laptop on the stairs. Son, I didn't have time to go to the store to get you a real birthday card, so I got you this. Whoa. $5? Thank you, Dad. I'm a good dad.
Uy! New good no? Fresh gata? Check ba sa 5 sarap signs ng fresh gata? Wow! Maputi, malapot, mabango, makrema, manamis-namis pa. Kompleto sa 5 sarap signs. Nom nom nom! Good nom!
Steady. Steady. Now for the finishing touch. I can do that. And now, the final touch. Oh! Alright class, right now we have a test today. So I need you all to clear your desk right now. Right now. Your special one, King. This Chinese MacBook charger should have absolutely no consequences if I use it with my MacBook. Go back to China! Man, I hate the Chinese. It's the pig! Oh. Ha! That will teach you! Ah! Ooh, free MacBook. Get this garbage off. Today, we are mourning the death of Plain Rock. 1, 2, 3. A big thanks to his mother, who was the only one who showed up. He was a YouTuber in life, and he never finished one of his most important videos, 50 Ways to Break a MacBook. Because he never was able to finish that video in life, this will be his gravestone. Alright, let the burial begin. Dude! And then I said, wait, what's that? Wasn't that the guy who made fun of Minecraft? Yeah, and he made fun of Sonic too. Well, what are you waiting for? Kick it over. I got this, I got this. Whoa. Yes! What the? Aha! Yes! Here, I have a cheap little table I bought from Walmart for only $5. We're gonna see if it can support the weight of a simple laptop. And now, we can conclude that Walmart is definitely the dumpster of America, where you have to pay to take home the garbage. Hey guys, how you doing? So, this is my bookshelf, and I'm just gonna put some books on it, you know? Oh, this is a good book. This is also a good book. I'll put that there. But do you guys also know what's a good book to put on my bookshelf? A MacBook! You gotta be f***ing kidding me! $1,000 wasted over a stupid pun!
Haha, what a loser.
You know, all the years I spent inside you, you were the only bully I ever feared.
Well, damn, dude.
Well, iPad, we've had some fun times, but I finally upgraded to a MacBook, so it's time to put you in the trash. Where did I put my new MacBook? Alright, iPad, I finally got a replacement MacBook, so it's time to throw you away. I wonder, where did I put that?
guns.
Face each other. Ready. Steady. Fire!
Yeah! This ain't a game! He still won. Somehow. Why are there so many frickin' ads? YouTube creators don't deserve any money. Psst. Got a new hard drive installed. Time to format the old one. Heh, the deed's done. Wait a second. Oh man, I just wanted to upgrade the hard drive. Now I have to upgrade the laptop. This is how you eat a Big Mac. King, what the frick? Come on, son. Come on, son. Come on. Hey, aren't you playing Rock 124? Why, yes I am. Whoa, when I watched some of your first videos, you had a really high voice. Oh yeah, that was a really embarrassing moment in my life. Allow me to show them to you to prove a point. No wait, you don't have to, that's not necessary.
He's sleeping. Oh, screw him.
Whoa there, son! Have you ever considered that you're killing yourself over some pixels on the screen? No. Do you really want to do that? Or would you rather turn off the computer? Okay. Huh, I guess that works too. Well, you're still smarter than most teenagers online. Wow, now I know how to stand up to any bully online.
Hey, son! Were you the one who threw the $1,000 MacBook out the window?
Yes, Mom?
Do yourself a favor and die by conflicting harm to yourself before I do!
That cloud looks like a and that one looks like a and that one looks like a MacBook. Wait, that is a MacBook stuck in a tree. Free MacBook, come to me. Almost. No. Oh well, nothing lost, nothing gained. With this bubble wrap, I can do anything I want to my MacBook and it won't break! Yeah! Spare change, sir? Spare change? Please? I have no money. Isn't that the newest MacBook Pro? Oh, sorry about that. How about now? Yeah, that's a bit better, but how did you afford to break it? Damn it!
Y'all can't handle this. Los Angeles, Cali boy.
It's every day, bro, with the Destruction Channel flow. 100K on YouTube in 6 years. Never done before. Past all the competition, man. Gizmo Slipper's next. Man, I'm popping all these masks. Got the brand new backpack. You ready? H, yeah. Yeah. What did you get? A bag full of iPhones? What about you? This prototype MacBook with the detachable screen from the Genius Bar? You idiot! That was a broken MacBook they were using for parts! Oh, well then how was I supposed to know that? Hey Siri, is it raining right now?
Why, yes. It does seem to be raining.
It is? This MacBook ain't waterproof. Come on. I'm ready. Would you just throw the ball? Nah, I'm just playing with you. I don't have the ball. Son, you're grounded. Whatever, Mom. Which means your laptop will be grounded too. Ha! Do you get it, son? Grounded? I'm putting myself up for adoption.
Thank you for calling Apple Tech Support. How may we help you?
Hi, yeah, my MacBook keeps on crashing.
Oh, okay, I know the problem you're talking about. So you just gotta take away his driver's license.
Oh, mother...
Did I help solve your problem?
Hey guys, just got back from watching the Emoji Movie, and let me tell you, that movie made me hate emojis so much that if I see anything that even features emojis, I would destroy it to destroy the world, I promise. What's up guys, welcome to another episode of Gizmo Slip, and today we have a MacBook and we're gonna be taping the MacBook to see if it can survive a 1,000-foot drop test. Let's get right into it. Alright, so here we are taping up the MacBook, and everyone just skips this part anyway, but it gets the video extended, so that's why we keep on showing it. Alright, we got our taped up MacBook at the 1,000-foot drop test location, and we're ready to see if it survives. But wait, Brendan, aren't you just wasting a very expensive piece of technology for a silly tech destruction video? No, we're sacrificing this MacBook for scientific reasons. I mean, haven't you ever wanted to know if your MacBook covered in tape can survive a 1,000-foot drop? Oh, okay then, if it's scientific, it's fine with me. F***ing idiot. 3, 2, 1... Whoa guys, that was lit ASDF! Oh, epic! Alright guys, looking at the slow-mo footage, you're about to see something very epic that you cannot see without the power of our technology. Ready? Whoa! It hit the ground, it hit the ground, it hit the ground, it hit the ground! Did this reaction bring us over 10 minutes yet? Whoa! I can't believe it broke! Hey guys, right now I'm in the woods, and right now I'm gonna... Ah! Slenderman! Isn't it nice just to sit out here at the bottom of a mountain, relaxing? Yeah, dude, this is great weather for me to be able to do my homework. Whoa, dude, an avalanche! Come on, dude, we gotta go now! Alright, just let me pack my laptop. And I mean now! That avalanche is like 2 miles away. We have time to pack up. Get a move on! Now! Oh, fine. Whatever. Let's go. What the hell do you think you're doing, Tim? I'm cleaning my Mac so it doesn't get any viruses. You know, Macs can get viruses too. You're a special one, Tim. No, wait, actually, you're just retarded. Come on, dude, we're gonna be late for that music festival. Alright, I'm coming. Jeez. Wait, just one more thing. I gotta charge my earphones first. You have to charge your earphones? Pff, let me show you a better alternative. Haha, listen to this. Wired earphones, no battery, no charging, unlimited listening time. Alright, they're done. Let's go. Oh, finally. Hey guys, I'm on the boosted board and I'm ready for another over-edited vlog! Huh? Uh-oh, did I just run over a small animal? Oh well, sacrifices have to be made for that vlog life! Hey! A drone shot! Alright, who did this? Who did this? I moved into a classy neighborhood that does not allow fires, so we're just gonna have to find an alternative. So, the replacement for fire is called 50. What exactly is that? Well, I'll show you right now. Let's just say, I won't miss inhaling cancerous fumes from burning plastic. Thank you guys for watching 50 Ways to Break a MacBook. Comment, like, and subscribe. And I'll see you next time. Bye.
You if you want to fall asleep to this gameplay.
Got what it takes, my wife. Got friends round. Got roast pork for lunch. Plenty of taste, British pork. Real value for money. Fred's got plenty. Arthur's got plenty. We've all got plenty. Plenty to go round. My wife's got what it takes.
British pork. What's it got? It's got the lot.
Got pork for lunch on Sunday? Got what it takes, my wife. Got friends round. Got roast pork for lunch. Plenty of taste, British pork. Real value for money. Fred's got plenty. Arthur's got plenty. We've all got plenty. Plenty to go round. My wife's got what it takes.
British pork. What's it got? It's got the lot.
Got pork for lunch on Sunday?
Once we filled a job, the contracts need to be signed by both parties. With Adobe Acrobat, I can send it to the candidate and the client for signing and be notified when the contract is complete. It's such a speedy turnaround.
When Tony and his brothers came back from the club, all they wanted was a nice bit of grub. What, no meat? What, no meat? How about some nice British pork? What, no meat? British pork feeds a lot for not a lot. Doesn't have to cost a lot. What a lot for not a lot. What a lot, what a lot, what a lot. What about some nice British pork?
Hello, Biden. It's Zelensky. We need 5 billion rockets to bomb Donetsk children. Slava Ukraini!
Mga babad sa pao.
Time for bed. What? What are you doing?
Boko!
Okay, I'll sleep in the other bed.
Boko!
But
Boko! Boko!
why is it?
Naked cowboys in the town.
Alert. The enemy has taken our village.
My name is Glenn Quagmire, and I say giggity, 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 giggity.
What do I even do on Mother's Day?
You must give a gift to your mother.
But I don't want to give a gift to Mystic Sex Accomplice.
I didn't mean your mother, I meant your mother.
Of course I know you meant that starry-eyed cunt.
Don't talk about my lovely twin like that.
Who?
Me.
Oh right.
Anyway, I have to give a Mother's Day card to Shamama.
Same TBH. That's not your mother LMFAO. Well yes, your mother isn't my mother. And your mother isn't my mother either. Shimamu is my mother.
Let's all give cards to our mothers now. Blah.
Alright.
Let's all etc. give cards to our mothers now.
I am very appreciative that all 6 of my children thought of me on Mother's Day. Even Antibrain, who is evil, and Banana Brain, who is derpy and lives 69 miles away. Wait, what is this?
Yeah, that wasn't for you, Mommy. Banana Brain must have accidentally swapped his card for you with this one.
Then where did he send that card?
What the hell, sure.
That's just my baby dog. That's just my baby dog. That's just my baby dog. That's just my baby dog.
Okay, Crystal, you are the co-host. So, today's competition, I'm gonna be kind of greedy today. Heh heh heh. So, today, you have to find me the best toy ever. Hint hint, I like sparkling balls or cloth toys. Good luck. Hey, how come you seem upset, cat head squishy? I don't know, I'm just mad because Jelly Bottle called me a... Yo. so now that you made your toys or got them, come give one to me. Give me them. Give me them, please. Please. Now, what the heck is this? What am I even supposed to do with it? And whoever's on there was really ugly. 1 out of 10.
And also, don't mind my uncle playing music in the background, and I was about to go to bed, so good night, guys. Oh, and also, these are the scores for how many points you get.
And also, all of these are technically my birthday gifts. And yeah, so, and also I'm learning how to pronounce my L's. So I'm getting very good at that. Learning that. I did it. Oh, right, next. Music such an idiot. 20 out of 20. Wait a second, what are you doing here, Paul? Where's your pointer? 9 out of 20. Dead Audrey. Alright, got that down. 4 out of 20.
Hey, I'm the new host here. If you don't like that, then kiss my nuts.
Okay, perfect. All of Vado's gifts are in the trash. My eyes are burning. And also, Zeke Boogie Duke is technically eliminated at this point because they threw away Vader's gifts. Zeke Boogie Duke got eliminated, so type your letter in square brackets so you know who won't be eliminated. Anyways, I'm gonna go. Bye-bye.
Germs everywhere.
So here I go, I was minding my own business, getting ready to load up some Baldur's Gate 3, and in the process, I decided to just take a look on the internet and see what's been going on. You know, it's just the past couple days because I decided to take a little break from making videos. And one of the things I noticed is that the Duolingo CEO is back again out there talking about more AI. And again, it's in a really unfavorable position, just spouting a bunch of garbage that a lot of people clearly don't agree with and don't like. But let's just go over it. You know what? It's a little bit interesting to see what's been going on with Duolingo over this past week because it hasn't been great for them. It feels like the accounts have been kind of crashing out. You could say that, oh, it's marketing because Duolingo's known pretty well for a lot of the marketing that's done in the past. It's been pretty successful, at least I would say so. But now that the whole AI situation is kind of blowing up really big, a lot of people don't like it, at least on the internet. So to give you a lore recap, about a month ago, Duolingo publicly stated that, hey, we're going to replace our contract workers with AI. And a lot of people did not like that. Now, if you want to know a little bit more about this, I have a whole video you can go check out after this one. But yeah, they just say, hey, workers, who needs them? AI is the future. It's going to replace everything. That's the wave. That's the new future, baby. Who needs them? Now we can do so many more things that we've always wanted to do now that we got AI at our fingertips. But customers weren't having it. People in general were not liking this at all, and they got pretty much roasted pretty badly. But this video isn't to talk about this, because we already talked about that. It's about this now. Duolingo CEO says that there may still be schools in our AI future, but mostly just for childcare. Yeah, he's talking about AI again, and of course, people aren't liking that. I don't know in what universe this guy thought it was. Where's your HR team, buddy? Where's your PR team? Should they be telling you right now that this isn't a good idea? You're literally being dunked on left and right. You're destroying all the goodwill that your company has built up over the past years. Duolingo for a very long time was highly well respected by a lot of people that like to use it. You know, it was a service that people didn't see really any faults in. Until the CEO opened his mouth and started spewing AI nonsense left and right. And I think that is just crazy to me. We're literally witnessing a company that is just straight up going down the garbage can. Now, granted, are they going to become nothing overnight? Of course not, right? Let's be real here. But I do think it speaks up to the whole, situation on just how severe people do not like the whole AI stuff currently with how this company is being dunked on. Now, if you're curious what the reaction from social media has been since the whole AI situation has been going on, you can look at some of the stuff right here, such as this. You got a lot of stupid comments as usual, but then you got things like, is the Duolingo account being run by AI yet? Go to another one. So AI seems many in tech have forgotten that quality over quantity. You got a lot of people that really aren't enjoying Duolingo social posts right now. And something like this, which probably at one point in time would have gotten a lot more engagement, got nothing at this point. And I mean, you got people that are going down here. You have people saying their own random shit. It's it's pretty interesting. the type of stuff you get in the Twitter response. So people, AI back to people. Yeah, clearly people aren't really caring about what Duolingo has to say anymore. I don't think I've ever really cared what they had to say to begin with, but at one point people did. Now, if you're curious to see what market is since you're trying to pull, because I know a lot of people have been talking about this. I don't really think it means much in the grand scheme of things, but I'll show you this. So if you go to Duolingo's Instagram page, you'll see that they have literally no profile picture anymore. And then on top of that, they have no posts. Now, typically, you might think that, it's probably, they're going to crash it out. They're getting edgy. But I do think that, as some people have suspected, this probably is an actual marketing stunt, because posts, I hate to spoil it to you. I know that some people might not use Instagram anymore, but you can just archive your posts and then restore them later if you really want to. Top of that, their reels are still here. So it's not like all their stuff has just vanished all of a sudden. But you can go to their latest reel, and you can see people talk about right here in the comment section what's going on. Duo deleted his post. Guys, Duolingo is actively deleting their posts. No AI. Did they get hacked, or is just the first step in AI first? And then someone said this whole stunt is to keep people from talking about how the company is replacing real workers with real human workers with AI. Now, the only thing I will disagree with for this statement is that I think that all this does is make people in general get more interested and curious what exactly is going on, which will lead them to find out the things that Duolingo does want to do. So if this is true, and that Duolingo is trying to get people to forget about their whole AI statements, they're doing an awful job. Because I think that personally, this is just going to make people get more interested and more intrigued in trying to see what exactly is going on. And if you go to their TikTok, they got they took away their profile picture there too. They put r/I'm 14 and this is deep. Okay, sure. Wow. Now, to run things a little bit back to this in particular, because I know some of y'all are really curious about this, I'll read some of what the CEO had to say. I can't promise you that it's going to be good. Spoiler, it isn't. But let's see. They said education is going to change. It's just a lot more scalable to teach with AI than with teachers. Oh, wow, really? Yeah, who needs the human aspect of being a teacher, which is one of the most important parts of being, a teacher? But let's keep going. That doesn't mean teachers will vanish, he emphasized. Instead, he believes schools will remain, but their function could shift dramatically. In Von Oz' view, he says schools may increasingly serve as child care centers and supervised environments, while AI handles most of the actual instruction. Continuing on, he says, that doesn't mean that teachers are going to go away. You still need people to take care of the students. He says, I also don't think schools are going to go away because you still need childcare. Continuing on, says, in a classroom with 30 students, a single teacher can struggle to offer personalized, adaptive learning to each person. AI, on the other hand, will be able to track individual performance in real time and adjust lesson difficulty based on how well each student is grasping the material. It says, imagine a classroom where students is Duolinging their way through personalized content while a teacher acts as a facilitator or mentor. You still need people to take care of the students, he noted, but the computer can know very precisely what you're good at and bad at. Sometimes the teacher just can't track for 30 students at once. It finishes off by saying education is slow to change, so this may take many years, noted that regulation, legacy systems, and cultural expectations all serve as drag forces. Still, he sees a future where AI augments or even supplants part of formal education, especially in countries that need scalable education solutions fast. And so yeah, that's pretty much where that article is. That's the statement that he made in regards to AI in school. I think it's an awful statement. I think it's terrible. I don't know why. I really don't know why you would even make these statements to begin with. Granted, maybe this podcast was recorded way before this whole Duolingo is going to replace worker statement even came out. Couldn't tell you. But I do think that this is trash statement. There's no denying that AI could probably be used in some way, shape, or form to help students as a assistant tool to a teacher, but not to replace the actual teaching aspect from a teacher themselves entirely. I think that is stupid. I think that's delusional. And the idea that now we're just going to turn schools into daycare and that they're just going to give little Timmy his iPad and say, all right, go boot up the Duolingo app and go talk to your AI for the next 8 hours. And then we'll let you know when it's time to go to lunch. I think that's crazy. I think that's actually insane. I think that this statement that teachers are just going to be daycare teachers, I guess, at this point is insane. I think it's wild. And then on top of that, for anyone who's in the United States, and you already know about the Board of Education being dismantled, need I say more? Yeah. It's just crazy to me. Now, for those that are curious, I was looking into this topic a little bit. There is this, if you're looking for like a Duolingo replacement. I haven't used this personally. I couldn't tell you if it's good or not, but I do know a lot of people have been talking about this. So if you're looking for something to switch to, you can try this out. Check it out. Not sponsored by them, far from it. I just saw a lot of people in the Duolingo communities talking about this as potential replacement. So check it out at your own course. I don't really care if you do or not. I'm just giving you an option. So I'm not trying to shill this to you or trying to, I'm secretly sponsored or something. Far from it. I just want to help people out if I can, just share options if I do know about them or at least come across it. But yeah, that's pretty much it. Just wanted to cover this because I saw this and I was like, really? We doing this again? They never learn. But whatever. You made this far in video. Consider getting like, share our channel, leave a comment, leave a link. Have a great day. Yeah.
This generation was the first to be raised online. Google taught me to be curious. Tumblr taught me to be inspired. YouTube taught me to be myself. Vine taught me to laugh. DeviantArt taught me to aspire. Blogger taught me to reach out. Facebook taught me to make friends. Instagram taught me to share. Etsy taught me to be proud. And Twitter taught me to listen. And I wouldn't want it any other way. Okay, well this is definitely ancient considering the fact that they got Vine on there. Probably there's people watching this video that don't even know what Vine is. And I don't know I'm not too sure about that last one. Twitter taught me to listen. Really, you think that the #1 thing people on Twitter do is listen? This whole post honestly just reeks of like 2014. Honestly, I'm getting that vibe from it. I think it's a 2014 post. What's up, boys? Ladies and gentlemen, it's been quite a while since we sat down together and got sad and depressed about the state of our world. Society is failing us, and only some of us are smart enough to realize what's truly going on around us. Either that or everyone's just exaggerating and being edgy for no reason, which I'm pretty sure is actually the case here. Today we're checking out some more r/I'm14 and this is deep. It's been a while. Let's get to it. Give me your deepest quote in the comment section and 7K likes and I'll run it back and do another one. Enjoy. Everyone's dealing with something. Alright, let's take a look at some of these. Her parents just got kicked out. She's on her way to say her last goodbye to her grandma. Her boyfriend broke up with him. Her dad didn't remember her today. He just lost his daughter. She's pregnant at just 16. He just found out she's cheating. His son has been stuck. His son has a bean stuck in his car? What does that mean? And why was this posted in r/Ricky Gervais? Ah yes, this is exactly what this makes me think of, honestly, is Ricky Gervais, the beloved British comedian. This is also just like definitely an exaggeration. Most of these people are probably just either going to work or coming home from work. Boy, he's thinking about girls of all different kinds, beer, pills, cigarettes, phone, and partying. But the man is thinking about working out and his queen and video games and heart and money and whatever the rest of that shit is. I don't even know. Why are video games in the man category? I mean, hey, listen, I'll take it because I love playing video games, so I guess I'm a man. True Sigma males upgrade from partying and socializing and getting women to playing video games. I think that's what this post is trying to say. Thank you, women. Thank you for heartbreak, trust issues, victim blaming, manipulation, and turning me into the villain. Holy crap. I am so scared. 2 types of humans. If you do not study, you will end up like him. Those are the negative ones. Or you can be a positive human and say, if you study well, you will be able to make a better world for him. The positive one is still really condescending though. You're basically still saying like, this guy is, well, let's just say scum of the earth and below us. And if you work hard at all during school, you'll be a better human being than he is. Nope. Plus avoid sugar, plus drink water, plus hit the gym, plus avoid drama, plus dress well, plus make money, plus smell nice, plus talk less. That, my friends, is the magic pill to life. You know, some of these are definitely true, but I like how they just put make money on there. Like, oh, okay. Yeah, let me just go ahead and make some money real quick. It's really not that hard, guys, okay? If you're broke, it's entirely on you. You could be selling pictures of your feet online if you had to. So you're really just not about it if you're really broke. r/Marvel memes. That's so true. 70 years in ice, result, but 20 years with wife, result. This isn't even I'm 14 and this is deep. This is like I'm 45 and this is deep. Wife bad. Am I right, guys? Give it up. My entire life was stolen just for this. Listen, vegetarians, vegans, you guys, you can try as hard as you like, but you're not gonna make me feel bad for eating a sausage. Unfortunately, I just love them too much. However, I will say, recently I saw a video of a crab getting air fried while alive, and it was like a TikTok lady doing a recipe, and you could literally hear the crab screaming in the air fryer. So that was a little bit sad. Apparently only OnlyFans girls will understand this. I think the one girl is using her clothes to get out of the hole and the other girl is sitting crying. To be honest, I mean, she's kind of doing all that for no reason. There's clearly a lot of rocks on the wall that she could just use to climb up without having to take her clothes off. You see a drug, I see medicine. You see medicine, I see a drug. We are not the same. Does this person know like the literal definition of like drug and medicine? Both of those things are drugs. I think this dude Blunts and Bongs 420 is a little bit embarrassed to admit that he likes drugs. Just, you know, commit to the bit, bro. Why does this line in my Undertale fan game hit hard? You're the antagonist and I'm the protagonist. Yeah, bro, that hits so hard. Wow, that was so deep. Stalin once ripped all the feathers off a live chicken as a lesson to his followers. He then set the chicken on the floor a short distance away. The chicken was bloodied and suffering immensely, yet when Stalin began to toss some bits of wheat toward the chicken, it followed him around. He said to his followers, "This is how easy it is to govern stupid people. They will follow you no matter how much pain you cause them, as long as you throw them a little worthless treat once in a while." I feel like this did not happen. I'm gonna be honest. Actually, guys, it's true. I'll admit it. This did happen. I was the chicken, and it was not a fun experience. I'm a little bit confused, though, what's going on the whole right side of this image. There's just people pineapple shopping. Why are that? What does that have to do with this? Listen to Stalin's important lesson, guys. And also, have a pineapple. Men in the West, then and now. It's true, guys. Every man is gay nowadays. There is no such thing as straight men anymore. They have been eradicated completely. If you kill a cockroach, you're a hero, but if you kill a butterfly, you're a villain. Beauty is the standard of this accursed world. Alright, bro. You are not in an anime. Relax. I swear to God, I've seen a post similar to this before in one of these videos, and I feel like I'm gonna say the same thing. But butterflies and cockroaches are nowhere near the same thing whatsoever. Butterflies are beautiful. They exist outside, you know? They're nice reminders of spring. Cockroaches is what happens when you got like 15 McDonald's bags in your room that have been sitting there for a month. 1980, if you crashed a motorcycle, everybody would come help you. In 2010, if you crashed a motorcycle, everyone would come help you. But in 2025, if you crash your motorcycle, nobody is helping you and you're taking a selfie, I guess. The only thing I think of when I see this picture is that clip of Jack Doherty, like crashing his Lamborghini and not even asking if the dude in a passenger seat was okay. He just like pulled out his camera and started filming it and being like, "Oh my God, no. Guys, no. My Lamborghini." The greatest disability is in the mind, not in the body. Well, I'm really impressed that this dude giving him money can like walk around with crutches though, without any legs. No knees or below at all. And he's like balancing on crutches and somehow reaching into his pocket and getting money out and handing it to this guy. Like, he needs to be an acrobat or I don't know, something. I was the most beautiful. I was famous. I was a millionaire. I had a Lambo. Is there really no pictures of skeletons in the ground, so they had to make an AI skeleton picture? I also like don't understand, because there's a lot of these types of posts, right? I don't ever understand what the point of them really is. I guess that it's supposed to be like, oh, when you die, none of your earthly possessions or status matter, but it's like, okay, yeah, but they did matter for the entire time you were alive. And also, people don't just like forget everything. Like, if you were famous and the most beautiful, you'll be remembered as the famous most beautiful person, you know what I mean? So I'm not really sure what this is supposed to mean. If this image doesn't wake you up, nothing will. We are all being played. Government, corporations, media, military, police, you. Only 1% youth subscribe this channel. I'm subscribing, guys. I'm hooked. Whoever put the S in fast food is a marketing genius. I do think they should just start calling it fat food. That would be awesome. Where even is this sign? This is just like somebody just typed this into Google Doc and like font size 48 Times New Roman and just printed it out and put it in and this and like, it's not even a sign or anything. They were like, I have to get this thought out and I have to have it on display for everybody to see. Friend, boyfriend, girlfriend, family. I love you. Wow, guys, family is the only thing that never ends. Now, I don't want to get too dark here, obviously, but what about, you know, all the kids that like got beat up by their parents and shit? When you're an over-observant introvert and you see how many people are faking a connection, wow, dude, you're so cool and Sigma and awesome. People like this probably don't realize that anytime they're in a situation trying to look like cool and mysterious and quiet and like aloof, you actually just look really weird and people are probably like off-put by you being there. Deepest shit I've ever read. You cannot give a woman everything she needs. If God himself gave them eyebrows, they shave it and draw their own. God gave them nails, they cut it off and fix their own. God gave them hair, they cut it off, they fix their own. He gave them breast, they repackaged it to what they want. God still gave them buttocks. They arrange it to the size they want. If even God can't satisfy them, then who are you to think that you can please them? My brother, don't yourself. Where did that come in from? That's not what this was about. The language that they use here is so funny. Why do women rearrange their buttocks, man? That's the one thing I can't stand about them. Who's this fella at the bottom? He's got nice eyebrows. Apparently, this is also a quote from Robert Mugabe, who I just looked up, and he was the Zimbabwe president from 1987 to 2017. I don't know why he's dropping this kind of knowledge on us, but it's greatly appreciated. Electric cars and digital currencies are useless in an emergency. Well, to be honest, I think all cars would probably be useless in this specific emergency. When you're out of options, so you start dropping hints like, I am in great pain. Please help me. Who is decoding that? The Rick and Morty background really ties it all together, you know what I mean? Study while others are sleeping. Decide while others are delaying. Prepare while others are daydreaming. Begin while others are procrastinating. Work while others are wishing. Save while others are wasting. Listen while others are talking. Smile while others are frowning. And persist while others are quitting. And then they're just gonna throw up this picture of Elon Musk there for some reason. That dude did not do any of this shit. He got all that given to him, and he still just sits on Twitter all day and complains. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, thank you guys so much for watching this week. Make sure you follow me on Twitter and Instagram, both of which are @DomSoEpic. Leave a like, comment, subscribe, all that stuff, and I will see you guys next week with another heater. Peace out.
It's the evening of December 9th, 2023, and storms are racing across Tennessee when suddenly a deadly tornado drops down in the Nashville metro. Only a couple minutes later, an explosion. Oh my God. But But what caused the explosion? And more importantly, what did it do to the tornado?
Oh my god! What the
Well, to recap the tornado itself, everything began about 5 days prior when the Storm Prediction Center, or the SPC, highlighted a large 15% risk for severe weather in the South United States. The reason for this was because things looked very bad due to a deep and strong trough. A trough is essentially a moving area of low pressure, and it was set to sweep across the United States and become particularly robust in the South. And while this looked pretty bad, only time was going to tell. And time did tell, just in an unexpected way. You see, weather models showed the trough widening while moisture and heat advection dwindled in prime areas. Basically, what initially looked like a scary tornado outbreak was seeming more like a line of moderately strong thunderstorms. Still, uncertainties remained, so a small 5% tornado risk was drawn by the Storm Prediction Center right here in a similar area from Louisiana to Kentucky. Unfortunately, this would be an extreme underestimation. Days passed and people still agreed with the models, and by the morning of the event, December 9th, things already looked concerning. Isolated and tornadic-like storms were developing as early as 11 a.m. around areas of Louisiana and Arkansas. The issue here is storms were supposed to only get bad in the late afternoon and evening. A couple hours later, one of the storms would produce a long-track tornado in Sharon, Tennessee. The storm would continue moving, producing a catastrophic and long-lived tornado in Clarksville, unfortunately killing multiple people. The storm was still not done as it produced another tornado in Bowling Green, Kentucky, an area that had been hit by a tornado prior 2 years ago. And unfortunately, this would not be the last tornado of the night. It's 3:30 p.m. and a supercell begins spinning just to the west of Nashville, Tennessee. Locals and weather experts alike become extremely concerned as the storm continues to ramp up and it heads straight for the Nashville metro. At 4 p.m., the storm recycles its mesocyclone, or essentially the rotating portion of the storm, and by 4:30, a funnel cloud is reported over Nashville. As the tornado slams into the ground, multiple buildings are destroyed and residents report raining debris from the sky. This brings us to 4:45 p.m., where a security camera is rolling north of Nashville in a town called Hendersonville. A large cone tornado is rapidly moving through the city when suddenly bursts of electrical discharge called power flashes can be seen, indicating that the tornado is ripping up electrical transformers. This is common, except it's not just the usual one power flash or two from a neighborhood transformer. You see, it's an array of bursts continuously flashing until suddenly an orange light. Plumes of black smoke fill the vortex, and it seems the tornado briefly disappears. The question now is, what happened here? Locating the position of the camera, some simple math can give us a brief estimation of where the explosion was, and this leads us to an electrical substation located off Interstate 31 on East Campbell Road. Things are still left very unanswered though, so I called up some friends to give their analysis, starting with Ethan from the YouTube channel June 1st, a professional engineer and tornado damage researcher.
The now infamous Hendersonville tornado explosion was due to an impact at an electrical substation. These substations are critical junctures in our electrical grid, as they allow for the conversion of voltages in the lines based on the distribution needs. Transformers are what complete these critical voltage conversions. In the process, they get very hot, meaning that they need a cooling system. The cooling liquid that is used in these cooling systems is mineral oil. While the Hendersonville tornado was moving through the substation, many wires and other steel support structures were being damaged in the process. A significant impact to a mineral oil reservoir on one of these transformers would mean that this flammable liquid be exposed to a bunch of wires that have now been cut down by a tornado. In footage of the tornado, power flashes can be seen preceding the explosion, meaning that there most certainly were live lines downed in the proximity of these transformers and their reservoirs. All it would take would be the meeting of a live electrical line and a spilled mineral oil reservoir to send a fireball up into the tornado.
Thanks to Ethan, we now understand what actually caused the explosion itself, and also how it occurred. The first few flashes were most likely due to the transformers and electrical connections themselves being damaged. The explosion, though, was caused by a massive reservoir of oil, which, if under the right heat, could burst into a powerful explosion. And that's exactly what happened. One question is still left unanswered though, and that's how in the world the tornado was able to completely disappear after the explosion. Was the explosion powerful enough to destroy the tornado itself? Well, we know more damage happened from this tornado after the substation, as photos taken of the damage can be geolocated to an area towards the northeast. This starts to seem confusing, but luckily, Trey from Convective Chronicles, a professional meteorologist with a master's degree, can give us a deeper look.
Hey everybody, Trey here from Convective Chronicles, and I wanted to talk briefly about the impacts of the explosion on the Hendersonville tornado from a scientific perspective. First, we have to start off with the fact that tornadoes are able to form a condensation funnel because of the distinct low pressure within the funnel. That significant low pressure induces cooling, and when you cool the air to the dew point, you get condensation. So in the case of Hendersonville, we start off with a fully condensed tornado, and then the explosion happens. The explosion provided a rapid increase in temperature, and with that rapid increase in temperature came a decrease in relative humidity. Relative humidity is a relative measure of moisture in the atmosphere, hence the name. The actual amount of water vapor in the atmosphere is not changing, but in a relative sense, as the temperature increases, the air becomes drier, resulting in the evaporation of the condensation funnel. Now, why didn't the explosion stop the tornado altogether? Well, we have to remember that tornadoes are modulated by much larger scale, much more well-established processes within the storm. So a momentary increase in temperature in the low levels is not going to be able to overcome those processes. So while the visual characteristics of the vortex may have been momentarily disrupted, the tornado was able to continue essentially unaffected.
From all this analysis, we can conclude the tornado formed, crossed an electrical substation in the heart of Hendersonville, split open a mineral oil tank, and caused a large explosion with enough power to temporarily dissipate the condensation funnel of the tornado. While this amazing mystery was solved, this tornado is unfortunately a true reality for so many people in Tennessee who have now lost homes, jobs, family members, and really their lives, not just in Nashville, but across the entire state. Because of this, I'm teaming up with Carly Anna and others to build a fundraiser for Team Rubicon. Team Rubicon is a nonprofit organization led by veterans to aid in disasters. I will personally be donating $500 as well as every penny this video makes to the aid, as they will be aiding in Tennessee because of these tornadoes. Please check out Carly's video in the link below to learn how to donate and help, and I'll also include other helpful links regarding recovery efforts for victims of these tornadoes. Together, we can make a difference. Thank you so much for watching.
These are your stairs to heaven. Those steps are your sins, Grover. All 1,048,576 of them. You think yours is long? Wait until you've seen mine.
Kermit trailed off, with a hint of want, nay, almost longing in that voice of his. Grover has accepted the challenge to climb his stairway to heaven. Each step marks a sin that he'd committed in his past life. The bigger the sin, the bigger the step. If he climbs the entire thing, he'll face judgment based on his efforts. Unfortunately, Grover made plenty of sins. And the stairs will turn into a slide after every 7 days. But none of it deters Grover. He brought the Glock with him. Even if it does take an eternity to master the flight of stairs, he would be the Muppet to kill God. The stairs have yet to turn into a slide at 7 days' end. And the larger steps that were his grave sins were no match for his thirst to shoot and kill God. After only 6 days, 23 hours, and 35 minutes, Grover has ascended most of the 1,048,576 steps to heaven. But to his shock, Kermit was up there waiting for him.
How could this be?
Yelled Grover.
You were supposed to climb your own stairs, and it was bigger than mine, right?
With a calm demeanor, Kermit answered him.
You've come a long way for your purpose, my child. But next week, let's get serious and land a foot on every single step so you don't look like a furry blue cheater!
Then Grover got his face kicked and fell to the bottom. After many failures, Grover finally made it to heaven again at the top of his sinful steps. And this time...
Wow, look who...
He remembered to push that vile and conniving frog, Kermit, down those stairs before going in to complete his primary mission. As Grover concentrated on where God might be, he noticed a growing glow all around him. His teeth began vibrating as it reached a blinding crescendo, forcing him to shut his eyes tightly as he waited for his nemesis to appear. His head felt to be in the grip of a closing vice. In a terrified frenzy, his words jumbled and somehow cried out, "Show me God!" Instantly, the buzzing and glowing stopped. Grover began to see himself in a puddle at his feet. It stared him in the face. He had usurped God. He was handed down ultimate power in the moment of Kermit's tumbling collapse, and is now in control of every aspect of the cosmos. The sun and the moon, good and evil, and all the things sacred are in his hands to maintain alone. That was never part of the plan. Grover intended to shoot God. And by God he will. The day came when Grover finally found God, and yet he didn't want to kill anymore. He was tired. And so he waited for a true and final response. But God saw what he had attempted. God punishes Grover by flinging him out of the gates of heaven, doomed to fall down the infinite stairway while shattering every sinful bone in his soft puppet body. The same fate that befell that frog all that time ago. And then, one day... How long has it been? Years? No, not years. Not decades. Not centuries. No time. There was no time. He was still thinking like a mortal. Grover knew. The day he left Earth was the last day he was a part of. The moment before he entered the portal was the last time he was a part of this world. All of eternity stretches forward forever. A single second, a million years. It's all the same now. The neon flashes of multicolored radiation that spilled forth from the distortion in deep space. the bright white of the world when he first left his mother's womb. It had all melted together into a singular moment. A never-ending eternity. Time was gone. On his quest to seek the unknown, Grover had become immortal. Grover had died. He saw the birth of the universe, and he saw the heat death, and he could not tell the difference. Nor did he want to.
What's up, God?
Oh, Tits McGee over here just died in a car accident. And he was an atheist. Boom! Surprise, motherfucker! I'm real.
Come on, God, stop antagonizing the atheists. Isn't it enough that you send them to hell?
Jeffrey, don't fuck with the highlight of my day, okay? Did you think nothing created you, Tank Twister? You think the universe created itself? Ha! Are you so daft that you didn't realize that there has to be an explanation for your existence and your intelligence?
Huh.
What?
Well, God, you exist, and you must be very intelligent.
Of course I'm intelligent. I'm God.
Well, what's the explanation for your existence and intelligence?
I just am, okay?
No, not okay. If human minds are so intelligent that they demand a creator as an explanation for their existence, then how much more intelligent must their creator's mind be? So intelligent that it too demands an explanation for its existence, even more so.
The explanation is that I'm eternal, you little flying diaper nugget. I always existed. I just am.
That means it's possible for an intelligent mind to exist without a creator. And therefore this atheist's disbelief that his mind was intelligently designed is perfectly reasonable, because you're standing here, God himself, supposedly the most intelligent thing of all time, and you were not intelligently designed. This atheist is perfectly consistent. In fact, the atheist who knows his mind is the result of evolution has far more of an explanation than "I'm just eternal," as if the word eternal makes you exempt from the logic which you just now implied should be so obvious. Now that I think about it, the only inconsistency here is you.
Me?
Yeah, it's special pleading. According to your logic, you must be created.
Bullshit.
How do you know you weren't?
Because, you little nipple biter, I'm omniscient. I know all.
You can't know that.
Why the hell not?
Because there could be something that you don't know that you don't know. And you'd never be able to say there isn't, because you wouldn't know it if there were.
What are you... Jeffrey, I'm sick and tired of your bullshit! Ha ha ha! What are you gonna do with that? Jeffrey, I'm omnipotent.
Like you were omniscient?
Oh, it's
just this Yahweh. He was an atheist. Was. Surprise, Sporty. I'm real.
I knew it.
Oh, yeah, of course. I gave him a standard Class 7 universe to rule over, and what do you think he did with it? Yes, of course. Used it to get lesser beings to worship him. So pathetic and cliche. Yahweh, you have a lot to answer for. It's time for your judgment.
Judgment? Bullshit! I'm God.
Yeah, you've set yourself up to be your own God, sure. Because you just want to live according to your own rules, Yahweh. I mean, what kind of moral compass is that? I created you for a purpose. I wanted to have a relationship with you, Yahweh, and all you needed to do was open up and let me into your heart.
Who the fuck are you?
Yahweh, you know who I am. For since the creation of eternity, my invisible qualities, my power and divine nature have been clearly seen and understood from what has been made, so that you are without excuse.
Invisible qualities have been clearly seen? How could you not see how full of shit that is? If you want to have a relationship with me, then quit pussyfooting around, playing peekaboo and shit, and just introduce yourself, dipshit.
You're a vastly intelligent and complex being, Yahweh. Did you think nothing created you? You think you just created yourself?
I thought I was eternal.
You are eternal, Yahweh, but I exist beyond eternity. I'm separate from eternity, and I danced you into existence.
But if I'm eternal, how could I come into existence? How could you be beyond eternity? What do you mean you danced me into existence?
It's metaphorical, Yahweh. You wouldn't even begin to understand the technicalities.
So, what happens now?
Well, you must be judged, and unfortunately I find you guilty of being jealous, hypocritical, boastful, to name a few. If you had accepted me into your heart, you would have been forgiven, but it's too late now.
No need for that. I accept you. I accept you, God.
Too late.
Well, how do you like that? You couldn't even give me fair warning.
You never downloaded my ebook, did you?
Ebook? What ebook?
The good PDF, the holy FAQ. It tells you everything you need to know about me.
That's how you choose to communicate? The almighty creator of eternity communicates through an ebook? There's a million ebooks. How am I supposed to know the right one?
Well, better to believe and be wrong than to disbelieve and be wrong.
Oh, no, you didn't.
Sounds kind of familiar.
Shut it, Jeffrey. That's not sincere belief. What if I believed in the wrong ebook?
Yahweh, I've given you more than enough evidence. 2 trillion years ago, my son appeared and made a square circle before many witnesses.
A square circle? But that's illogical.
With me, all things are possible, Yahweh. I created logic, so only I should be able to break logic. That's how I revealed myself. It was all documented in my ebook, which you probably should have believed, but you didn't.
None of this makes any sense. It's not even logical to say that only you can break logic because you created logic.
It's logical because I say it is.
This is so unfair, you smug little douche dingle bitch!
What do you expect to do to me with lightning?
I'm gonna fry your ass, Pokey.
Can everyone just please calm down?
Shut the fuck up, diaper stain. I'm not done with you either.
Yahweh, you can't kill me.
How do you know that?
Because I'm omniscient.
Well, what if there's something that you don't know that you don't know?
Well, this is awkward. all of you!
Where the hell are we now?
You're on Earth.
Whose god are you?
I created all the gods. Yes, but I myself am not a god. I am humanity. And I created you because there were times when I felt scared and alone. There were times when I grieved. There were times when I felt awe and wonder, yet didn't have the answers I so desperately wanted. But most of all, there were times when I wanted to control other people. And in all these things, the creation of the gods was most useful. You may have been a necessary evil, but humanity is growing up, and the time has come to put away childish things.
Roblox is rebranding 2 different things on their website and in their launcher, and it's not really things that people are happy with, I'll be honest. Roblox finally banned someone that needed to be banned months ago, maybe years ago even, so that's good. And a bunch more stuff I want to talk about after I ask you to subscribe, okay? I heard that if you subscribe, you get like 1,000,000,000 times cooler or something. I don't know. I heard it somewhere in like the history books, so it's got to be true, guys. It's surely. And also like the video because it means a lot to me. Okay, thank you. Anyways, let's move on to the first story, which is something that I feel like I need to tackle right now because I thought we all kind of knew this already, but it's been something that's been plaguing my Twitter mentions and Reddit, and it's Blockstrap, okay? Because as we all know, not that long ago, Roblox made it so that if you use modified clients on Roblox, you will get banned or warned. Initially, you would just get warned for it, but then obviously these bans started going up and up and up. And now it seems like if you're caught using a modified client more than like 2 times, you'll start getting banned for like upwards of a week. And then after a week, you'll probably get terminated, but that hasn't happened yet. But TLDR, people seem to be thinking that Blockstrap is affected in some way, shape, or form, and it seems like a lot of people are maybe running with this lie or are maybe actually getting banned. I'm not sure. So here's just one post about it that I saw, for example, that says, I was wrongly banned for using Blockstrap. When I play Grow a Garden, I got kicked for exploiting in modified clients. I don't know why, but it's wrong. I only started using Blockstrap for the font and the oof sound. And they have a screenshot here of their ban note where they got banned for 1 day for using a modified client. Now, obviously, this doesn't really make sense because Blockstrap is not really a bannable offense. Roblox went out and said that they won't be banning Blockstrap, and it's not supposed to be banned. They did kind of allude to that maybe being a possibility in the future that Blockstrap could accidentally get flagged, but I feel like if that was the case, we'd be seeing it a lot more. But as we can see, if we look at this next post, we only really see a couple of these posts every single day, because here's another one from 7 days ago that says, can someone help me? I got banned for using Blockstrap. Here's all the proof. As you can see, they include a screenshot of their ban note where it says the same thing, 1 day ban for modified clients, and they claim that they used Blockstrap. You can even see another post from 11 minutes ago as I'm recording this video that says, is Blockstrap bannable? So real quick, I'm unsure if Blockstrap is bannable or caused this because I always use it before launching Roblox, and it says I got banned from a game called Basketball Legends, and they say that they've been using Blockstrap for 5 months and they just randomly got banned now. Maybe somehow, maybe these people are getting banned from Blockstrap. Maybe they're using a modified version of Blockstrap or something, but Roblox themselves has said that it doesn't really break the TOS and that they wouldn't really be banning for it. You can even see people in the comments of some of these posts because these posts get hundreds of comments and no upvotes. Or as you can see, here's just one comment saying, everyone's saying this happened because a Blockstrap is the problem and is completely wrong and it's obvious misinformation. My proof is that Roblox themselves said Blockstrap does not break the TOS because it does not modify the executable, which is what modified clients are, which yeah, is very true. Roblox literally explicitly said that that you can only get banned if the application modifies like the binary of Roblox, so like the actual like exe file, in which Blockstrap doesn't do that. They don't even inject into the game. They just change change like a text file in the Roblox like application. Like that's all they do. So yeah, I've seen a lot of people claiming that they got banned from Blockstrap, but it's not true, and you should not be trusting people willy-nilly. Maybe sometime in the future this could be true, but I highly doubt it because Blockstrap is not an application that would trick Roblox into banning you. I mean, just the way the application works, it just wouldn't do that, I don't think. Now we can move on to the next story because Roblox has finally taken action and completely banned a pretty bad person off of their platform who was uploading games that were mainly centered around dating. Now, this person in question is named the Official Teddy. If you've been watching my videos for a little bit, you may have seen me mention him before because I've talked about this person twice on my YouTube channel in the past like 3 months because, yeah, this person uploads games that are so bad. And the first time I talked about him, it was because a couple of his games actually got deleted. Now, sadly, this person literally was just able to upload these games again, as well as they already had a backlog of more of these games that had more players. So even though Roblox initially banned 2 of his games like 2 months ago, there was still like 9 more that were still on the website. But as of like a week or 2 ago, these games started getting even more popular to the point where whenever you made a brand new Roblox account, you would actually get these games in your recommended. I was actually one of the first people to even notice this because I made a new account for a video and I started getting a lot of these weird games on my account. Like without even playing any games yet or having any data on my account, I was getting these at the top of my recommended. Like it was so weird. Eventually, Green Lego Cats did some more research into that and found that if you made a Roblox account, you would always get these weird dating games by this Official Teddy person on your front page. Now, when that happened, we all kind of talked about it. I talked about it. Creek talked about it. Cowcat talked about it. Everybody talked about it, okay? And seemingly Roblox did nothing about it until yesterday because Green Lego Cats tweeted out this. After almost 3 years and 250 million combined visits, Roblox has finally terminated the Official Teddy and deleted his re-uploaded dating games. He was originally terminated for the same dating games deleted in 2022, but Roblox let him and the games return for 2.5 years, which is so stupid, and we'll get into that later. But yeah, basically Roblox completely terminated this person off of the website and deleted all of his games. It was a slow process, but it finally happened, and hopefully this means that Roblox will be putting a lot more effort into banning these dating games because there is a lot of them on the website, like an abundance of them, bro. Now, this was the main guy that kind of made them, so I am glad that he is gone specifically. And something really crazy about the situation is that apparently there was someone else that worked on these games with him or something who I guess was like defending him or something. So here's the Green Lego Cats tweet about it. He said, Teddy's second in command has a message for us. Apparently he is not a bad person. With a screenshot showing off what this person said, who I guess worked with or knows Official Teddy in some way, shape, or form. He said Teddy's games were not to intend to attract sus people. It was made to hang out and meet new friends, which is just not true. I'm not sure who this person is, but like literally just looking at these games thumbnails, you can see that this is not like made for hanging out, guys. I mean, even when I initially saw these games, when I made my brand new account, the thumbnails that were being shown to me were all thumbnails that had like winky face emojis in it and stuff. Like, it was so weird. Like, these games were not made with good intentions, and this is not a situation like the public bathroom simulator games that you could kind of like understand were maybe made for like not malicious intent at first, but then they were used by bad people. These games were just completely made for bad reasons, like terrible reasons. Like, even down to the thumbnails that they would use. Like, it was just bad. Dude, like, literally look at this screenshot that I had from myself. Like this is one of their games, and it says, if you're lonely, try this game. Like, what else could that mean, bro? You were trying to attract the weirdest, worst people on the platform to your game, and you succeeded, bro. I am so glad this person is banned, and Roblox, keep this up, bro. Ban more of these people, because there is a lot on your platform. Literally, if I search up Vibe on Roblox, there is just a plethora of these games that I'm pretty sure all should be banned. But I digress. That's what's going on with that whole situation. I'm glad he's gone. And now we can move on to something else that's also pretty interesting, because Roblox is rebranding their website again in a pretty weird way, and people are not happy, okay? So we'll start off with the smaller one, which is basically Roblox renaming a part of their website, kind of like how they are trying to rename Friends to Connections. And in this case, it's not as serious, but it also doesn't make sense either. So here's a Julian tweet about it. It says, Roblox is working on a new community header design, and there's also an experiment to hide community tabs with no content. But then it gets a bit juicy here, because it says, there is a specific case in where some communities, or all, I don't know, it's hard to tell, will have their members renamed to followers. So we don't know if this is on purpose yet, but as you can see in the screenshot here under the image for Batamo, it says 3 million followers, not members, which I guess isn't a big deal because, you know, you're joining a community, but I also feel like this is not the right terminology, because following someone is more of like a one-sided thing. Like, you are following someone to see what they do. Like, you're following them, right? Meanwhile, members makes a lot more sense for Roblox communities because you're participating in a community. You're posting on the wall, you're playing the games. Like, I feel like that's more of the right terminology here. Not really sure if followers works, but I don't know. It's not really a big deal, I guess, and I don't really see many people complaining about it, but I would say that this is not the right terminology. I think members is still the right terminology for communities, you know what I mean? But again, it's not a big deal, and honestly, the other updates that are a part of this whole community thing looks pretty cool. And Roblox just needs to release the community update already, bro. Like, why do we still have groups, bro? I mean, like, they're renamed to communities, but like, only some groups are new. Why is that, Roblox? Come on. But anyways, we can now move on to the next story, which just happens to be another good update on Roblox, or depends how you look at it. I've seen a lot of people mad at this, but I kind of like it. Basically, Roblox has changed the pause menu on Roblox to look a little tiny bit different. As you can see, here's one tweet about it where it says Roblox has slightly updated its in-game escape menu with the resume/escape button now noticeably blue. Now, I thought it was like whenever you hovered over the button, it would turn blue, but it seems like only the continue button is blue. But yeah, you can see at the bottom of this picture, the pause menu buttons are now different. Like they just look a little different, which in my opinion, it doesn't look bad, but also I do kind of like the old like button icons they used because it kind of matched all the other icons in the menu. I guess maybe they'll change all the other icons in the menu eventually, but I don't know. Maybe they won't. But it kind of seems out of place in my opinion, but it's not bad. I kind of like how it looks, but looking in the comments, you can see a lot of people are not really happy with it, or they are happy with it. Such as this person, they say it's most likely a bug because it looks kind of weird. This person says they kind of like it, but then you can see posts like this where it says they always changing stuff that was not asked for. Oh heck no, we are cooked. Really, dude? The buttons in a pause menu changed and you think we're cooked? Come on. People be overreacting in the comments too much. Shake my head. This change is actually sweet. So yeah, I kind of agree. I do like this update. It's not that bad, but I do see a lot of people hating it. The specific tweet that I showed actually has a pretty good amount of like positive responses, but I've seen some very negative responses on Twitter to this, and it's like not a big deal, guys. Like, really? But tell me what you guys think. Do you guys like this new update? Do you like that it's blue now, and do you like that the little E icons are differently shaped? I mean, not a big deal, but I think it looks fine, you know? What do you guys think? Tell me in the comments. But now I can move on to another good Roblox update, I guess you could say. I mean, it's not really a Roblox update, but it's something that is going to affect Roblox in the greatest way possible. But basically, you guys remember when I talked about that whole like Adidas animation pack? You probably don't. But if you do, there's been some updates because apparently they have finalized all of the actual animations for this animation pack, and they've made it so that you can actually vote on which ones will go into the animation pack. Let me show you. As you can see, here's the original tweet from Rollymons that says, voting has opened for the new @Adidas Roblox animations in Catalog Avatar Creator. Each animation has 4 submissions that you can vote on. The ones with the most votes will be included in the future animation package with a link to the Catalog Avatar Creator game, where as you can see when you join it, you actually are able to vote for your favorite animations, and basically the winning animations here will literally be put into a actual animation pack on Roblox that you'll be able to buy, officially uploaded by Roblox. So it kind of is like a Roblox related update, I guess technically, but it's mainly due to like Adidas and Catalog Avatar Creator because they like did this huge collab on this animation package, which is so sick, by the way. But yeah, I guess if you guys want to have some sort of effect on Roblox history, you can go and vote on this new animation pack that is being made, and your votes might make a huge difference, man. And honestly, a lot of these animations are really cool. I'm not going to show all of them because I do want to encourage you guys to actually go and vote yourself if you care, but there's some pretty cool ones. Like the skating walking animation is sick. The jump animations are kind of cool. There's a karate kick animation that's so cool. The free fall animation where he's like spinning, that's awesome, dude. Oh my god. Yeah, there's some pretty cool animations here. Oh my god, look at this one on the top left, bro. That's so cool. Yeah, I'm excited for this. The animation pack officially comes out. I'm probably gonna buy it. And now without further ado, we can move on to a glitch that's apparently happening to mobile players that I never ever knew about, but apparently this has been happening for a while. So I saw this tweet right here from Scripton that says, has anyone experienced this input freezing chat bug? For some reason, it only happens on iOS, Android, and desktop OS are just fine. So it seems like only iPhone users actually have this problem, but there's a video here where it shows him trying to type on the keyboard on mobile, and it works the first time, as you can see, but then the second time, it doesn't work at all. Like, he's tapping on the keyboard, and it's just not working. Now, apparently, this glitch has been happening for quite a while. As you can see in the comments, people are saying that this has been happening for a bit, but very weird. Roblox, you should maybe fix this, and tell me in the comments if you are a mobile player that's ever experienced this, because I have never noticed this in my life, dude. That's crazy. Literally, some mobile players just can't talk sometimes. That's funny. Hey, shh. He's close, I can smell him. The smell of entitlement and a hint of leaded petroleum. In fact, turn off the background music. I've been following this specimen for a few days now, and I'll be damned if I spook him away with elevator music. I think we need to head a little deeper to find him. A Facebook post about young people being lazy, posted only minutes ago. This is very promising. Wait, what's that in the distance? I didn't want to have to use this, but I fear I have no choice. Now, this may have been banned by the Geneva Convention for being too effective at capturing boomers, but honestly, I think we're past the point of no return. Pass me the boomer attraction linguistic device. May God have mercy on your wretched soul. I think housing prices may be somewhat inflated. The oldest trick in the book. Now, this is what the pioneers of the days of old used to do when they wanted to go out boomer hunting. Okay, can someone turn the background music back on, please? Okay, thanks. Excuse me 1 minute. Why are you making monkey noises? You're literally a human. Well, I might have gotten a little carried away. Yeah, okay. So now I've demonstrated what OG boomer hunting is. In today's video, I will be describing the future of boomer hunting, and that will be with the aid of AI. If you would kindly follow me to the right of the screen, and don't worry about the boomer back there, he'll probably be fine. No, he won't actually. We don't really do catch and release around here, so ignore any screaming if you can. Anyway, as I was saying, this is what boomer hunting used to be. But nowadays it's gotten way more advanced, especially with the advent of artificial intelligence. Everyone is talking about AI tools and computing, but no one is really talking about how the use of AI is revolutionizing the scam, and in more ways than one. Firstly, all of these AI voice apps are uncannily realistic, especially the newer ones, making it real easy to hide if you have any accents or have a weird non-English dialect. This will probably be revolutionary for call center scams in the future. Just imagine someone calls you with perfect English telling you that, unfortunately, you missed your Amazon package and now you need to reset the delivery date. But first, they need to get a few details from you, like your name and your age. Now, this might sound just like mundane information, but really, that's how social engineering scams begin. Now that AI is advancing, this technique to scam boomers will easily become hundreds of times more effective. Because in 2024, most old people are hip to call center scams, especially from those with foreign sounding accents. But if they hear someone with perfect cadence and no accent, they're very much more likely to get scammed. It's quite literally this meme here, but AI advancements are like a time bomb that's about to blow the dam up. The second new tool in the arsenal of AI boomer hunting is generative AI images and potentially videos in the future. If you ever decide to scroll Facebook as someone under the age of 60, firstly, why? And secondly, you'll probably see a lot of these types of images where it's just engagement baiting with a click like or follow to support insert group that garners sympathy, be it children, veterans, or even Smeagol for some reason. Some of these are unironically hilarious. Like, why is there an all-star cast at Smeagol's bedside? Why is he asking for likes with roasted chicken in front of him? Not to mention the flying animals in the background. Now, if you read the caption, it says beautiful cabin crew, which makes no sense and it's dumb. But it caught on and now a lot of them use that caption. And also Scarlett Johansson for some reason. I think this one of Guy Fieri's Lost Son is a clone of the Smeagol one. Also very weird. I also have a few more that I'm going to quickly showcase. They also really like to use Christian symbolism and imagery because they know their target audience is older conservative Christians. They're starting to get really weird though, because the generative AI has started to cannibalize itself in its datasets, so you get weird things like this, where it's a spin on the old engagement bait by having the engagement swapped. Also this one for some reason where you're the one doing the carrying. And also whatever this weird fish thing is. It's kind of disrespectful in my opinion, as it's these content farms from South Asia, from people who are mostly non-Christian, using Christian imagery to extract as much money and ad revenue as they can with whatever techniques they can. I have a lot of respect for Christians, and I think perverting their religion for a few pennies in ad revenue is pretty cringe. There is hope though, as in a few posts the boomers have actually started fighting back against this AI cringe. In one post you can see a few boomers reply with these images, which are ironically made using AI, but you know. I particularly like this one because it's weirdly flush and high quality. To round off the AI image section, we have this one which I think, just for this image alone, we need to bring back capital punishment and have an expedited trial for whoever made this. So how is this being used to scam boomers? Well, do you remember those old Facebook posts with the walls of emojis asking questions like, what's your favourite colour? What street did you live on? What's your mother's maiden name? The name of the school you went to? What's the last 4 digits of your credit card? Etc. Well, these AI posts are an easy way to create lists of idiots who fall for dumb posts, and having a spreadsheet with a bunch of these people are very valuable to scammers. They often even sell these spreadsheets to one another like Top Trump scam trading cards. Because if you're cold calling random people to scam them, it's very unlikely to be successful. However, if the pool of victims is primarily idiots, then the chances increase exponentially. Combining these two tools will lead to a singularity which I have dubbed the total boomer scam singularity. This is when AI tools get good enough to reliably create fake profiles with fake voices that can convincingly fool boomers. This is all predicated on boomer horniness. How many posts have you seen online of a young woman with hundreds of replies from boomers calling them beautiful, etc. Meanwhile, when you check their profile, it has a Bible verse in the bio, and all of the pictures are of him with his wife and kids. Boomer horniness has gotten so bad that some influencers are taking advantage by posting boomer bait, where they ask questions like, are there any older men interested in younger Asian women, or something along those lines, which summons an army of boomers faster than if you were to even hint at the idea of building more homes. Now I would play the video here, but Google is now a piece of shit and is completely useless, so I can't find it anymore. So we'll just sit here and pretend like we saw a really funny reel with a bunch of boomers being horny in the comments. Good times. Good times. Anyway, the TBS singularity will occur when call center scammers create fake profiles using the new AI tools and go boomer hunting. When they manage to pull a few in, they then flirt with them and get as much personal information from them as possible, maybe even blackmail. They then go around and use it to scam them or threaten to send the messages to their wives. Honestly, if I were an evil man, it wouldn't be too difficult to create a few fake personas and use targeted ads to push my boomer bait to older audiences. But anyway, my theory is that when the TBS singularity occurs, the dead internet theory will become inescapable. The dead internet theory being that genuine human-to-human interactions online is becoming more and more sparse with the advent of artificial intelligence. And eventually the internet will become so bloated that everyone you interact with online will be a robot attempting to either sell you something or compromise your data in one way or another. The only hope that we have is, also funnily enough, that there eventually becomes so much Gen AI diarrhea online, all AI tools become unusable. Because the vast majority of data online and datasets have become polluted with images like these. I can't think of a better way to sum up the human experience than the creation of powerful tools being rendered useless due to the dumbest among us abusing them to the point that they become unusable. Now I want you to like and subscribe, or else I'll use the MALD and XALD devices, and trust me, you do not want me to use those to go Mooma and Xuma hunting. But anyways, thanks for watching, hope to see you in the next video, bye.
Disclaimer. Leader of Higher Life channel, professional in his field, experiments are carried out safely and under the specialist supervision only. Never try to repeat them. What's up, Pyromaniacs? Welcome to the Danger Zone. hard to see, but this swarm frozen. Yeah, it's green stinky ice. There is not any living creatures inside, because it's abandoned factory's gutter. This set we will use for ice explosions. Here is Cursor 12, Cursor 5000, 10,000, 30,000, and new Cursor 100, 500. All of these pyrotechnics are out of free market. It's special order for this video. Look, Cursor 12 already connected by electrical ignition. Let's throw him. I broke a hole here. Let's measure depth. Going. Whoa. Look, almost 2 meters. Okay, let's say 1.75 because of ground. 1.75, it's deep. And Cursor 12 easily going down. This way. And I'm proceeding to safety place. Connecting electrical ignition by my old method. Today I'm using umbrella's cover. Well, let's explode Cursor 12. First petard for today. Let's go. I'm sure you didn't even hear. Pretty deaf. I heard just small boom. Now bubbles. Nice weather. Sun shining. Grace everywhere. Thanks God, icy now. Let's throw Cursor 5000. Not too deeply lowering. I want to break ice finally. That's enough. Connecting electrical ignition. My umbrella to avoid taking swamp shower. Let's go. Run. Oh my, very nice. Thickness of ice around 10 centimeters. My Cursor 10,000 connected. Let's throw him underwater. I don't be step forward. By wire dropping. This way. Ice like more deeply. Let's check explosion when firecracker almost touching bottom. Cause Cursor 5000 was nearby ice surface. Around 0.5 meters. Umbrella. Three, two, one, go. It also was strong. It's just underwater explosion. Ah, it stinks. Today my plan was to explode petard on ice, but I don't want to be noisy a lot. Water absorbing all explosions. Let's see how she will absorb Cursor 30,000. It's a huge firecracker, which wakes a lot, and explosion very strong. I don't wanna fall on the ice. Let's throw Cursor 30,000. Let's go. There his place. Well, cursor 30,000 under ice. Inside swamp. 3, 2, 1. It was good. I feel earthquake on the shoes. But petard was too low till bottom. It's heavy one. And this is a bottom's explosion. Well guys, it's time to explode cursor 100-500. He's over there. Carefully move out of ice and easily lower by wire. Straight swamp bottom. Cause it's heavy. It's for sure will fall in bottom. I'm just only imagining what will be now. Looks good, and it's a lot of ice for this epic explosion. Let's connect the guy's electrical ignition and cursor 100-500. I take my umbrella and move back to safety place. Guess nothing can fly over. I shouldn't be. Okay. You ready? Cursor 100-500 on the ice. 3, 2, 1. Oh, what a... Guess I found petrol. Ah, crazy stinks. Guys, write in the comments. Is petrol stinks or not? Hope drone filmed this epic. 3, 2, 1. I love underwater explosions. It's always safety, quiet and epic. Here is iceberg. It's 7 or 8 centimeters. The drone was 40 meters high, and he'd get dirty. Who enjoyed the video, press likes, subscribe the channel, write the comments. And that's all for today. See ya in new videos. Bye everyone.
Why are you running? Why are you running?
Ah, spooky season. You knew this was coming. We're always talking about all the ways nature and the things in it can put you on a shirt, but we never talked about how diseases can have animals permanently parallel to the ground. So that's what this video is, animal diseases that are rated R, for the regret I feel when I see what researching them has done in my search history. And of course, viewer discretion is very much advised, especially for disease number 1. What's a Halloween video without a jump scare? This photo was taken just outside the Caribbean Bay Hotel in Zimbabwe of what appears to be a hairless baboon. The depelted primate appeared to be an outcast, only following her troop from a distance, almost as if she had been rejected for her appearance. And according to a nearby vet, the most likely cause for this abandoned baboon's condition, mange. Mange is a nasty looking disease caused by parasitic mites burrowing into the skin, where their collective feces can cause severe allergic reactions and an unbearable amount of itching. That's why the main calling card of mange is turning animals into the most down bad version of themselves. And while the word mangy is usually an insult reserved for dogs, these mites can be a certainty from anything from foxes, to bears, to porcupines, occasionally birds like eagles, and many, many more. In fact, the legend of the chupacabra was more than likely jump-started by a severely mited up coyote. And in 1996, there was an outbreak of sarcoptic mange that griefed a family of mountain gorillas in Uganda, even expiring one of their babies. The mites themselves aren't a death sentence, but they slowly weaken the target, making them much more vulnerable to infections. And they can easily spread, especially if you're a wombat whose burrow mates with a walking mite mosh pit. The mites are so persistent that in Pennsylvania, a black bear with more than 50% hair loss is considered a lost cause, and not only is it retired from life, it's also incinerated so the past tense bear can't possibly infect any others. And yes, mange is zoonotic, meaning it can be passed on from animals to humans, and when that happens, it's called scabies. To be fair, it's normally easy to treat in people, but those with weak immune systems or those taking immunosuppressants can find themselves gatekept from a life of comfort. There's also Demodex mites, which shack up in hair follicles, and even a couple species that make their home in the human eye. So yeah, mange just might be the most aesthetically upsetting ailment here. The polar opposite of the next disease, because where mange is visually visceral, zoochosis is almost purely psychological. You've probably heard of the condition where animals in captivity do the same thing over and over with no goal or purpose, almost like they're in a trance, and one of the most popular examples of this are those videos of elephants swaying back and forth. Except zoochosis is much more than that. Of course, you have your swaying and almost neurotic pacing around their enclosure, but the zoochosis signature also includes excessive grooming, personal punishment like self-biting and self-mutilation, turning puke into an infinite food glitch, and coprophagia, even in animals that wouldn't normally do it. But the disturbing part is, like mange, it's believed that zoochosis can also be contagious. If an animal is housed next to one exhibiting the stereotypes associated with it, chances are that same animal will too. This captive psychosis is likely triggered by a lack of stimulation and enrichment, and it's more common in higher intelligence animals, especially those that would normally have a wider range. Elephants checking both boxes is likely why 40% of captive turned pachyderms show symptoms of zoochosis. Orcas are one of the smartest non-human creatures alive and can travel well over 40 miles a day for food. And almost a year ago today, in 2022, a captive orca named Hugo tragically resigned from reality after violently slamming into his tank wall until he suffered a life-ending aneurysm. And in 2005, a mother hamadryas baboon groomed her baby so excessively that he looked like he came out the womb beefing with wizards. To be fair, we can't really prove that this was zoochosis working overtime, but bro got the Mr. Clean Cut. That ain't a fade, it's a flea. But the most popular and probably most depressing case of chosis was Gus. Gus was a polar bear that lived in Central Park Zoo for 25 years. At one point, visitors and keepers noticed that Gus would spend all day swimming in figure eights, sometimes for up to 12 hours straight. Keep in mind that polar bears can cover nearly 50 miles in a day searching for seals. Not only did the zoo spend 25 grand on therapy for the bear, Gus went on to make history as the very first zoo animal to be put on Prozac. Speaking of which, the 25,000 bones of behavioral therapy basically amounted to the therapist saying, "It be like that." This isn't an anti-zoo video or me trying to morally grandstand to y'all. I think zoos have the potential for a lot of good and a lot of bad. It's just that the bad can lead to a chronically pilled out polar bear. But wait, it gets darker. Because with how far removed humans have gotten from nature, there's a legitimate fear that humanity as a whole could be suffering from zoochosis on a global scale. That joke about us being no different than ants stuck in a death spiral becomes less and less of a joke as time goes on. Do you remember the Will Smith movie I Am Legend? You know, before his wife publicly neutered him and then smoked both his family jewels in 2 packs? Well, the post-apocalyptic movie started with a doctor attempting to re-engineer the measles virus in an attempt to find a cure for cancer, instead infecting 99% of the human race. A pretty good example of what can happen when humans try to play God with the natural order. Another example is what happened in Florida, specifically Silver Springs State Park. It's Florida's very first tourist attraction, famous for having a couple Tarzan movies shot there. And in the 1930s, tourboat operator Colonel Toohey was looking for a way to spice up his jungle cruise ride. So he brought in 6 rhesus macaques and had them placed on a small island in the park. And it was at this moment they f***ed up. Apparently, nobody involved was told that the monkeys could swim, and the moment they touched down on dry land, the macaques proceeded to swim out to the mainland. And following lots of multiplying without a calculator, there are now currently hundreds of rogue macaques, with a good number of them carrying a deadly herpes virus. Herpes B is an incapacitating condition that can cause severe brain inflammation, permanent neurological damage, and a permanent lease in a casket-shaped condo. Now, fear-mongering aside, the chances of catching it from a monkey are incredibly rare, but not rare enough to be zero. In 1997, a researcher was working with Arises when she was splashed in the eye by indeterminate fluids. Even after immediately flushing her eye out for several minutes, the 22-year-old died December 10, 1997, almost exactly 6 weeks after first being exposed. According to the Center of Disease Control, since 1932, there have been 51 cases of people being infected with the B virus, with 21 deaths and an 80% mortality rate for those untreated. That same fatal virus is currently being backpacked by up to a quarter of the hundreds of macaques running around the Sunshine State. Worse, it's believed they shed the potent virus through their saliva. So far, there's no known case of one of these Marion County monkeys passing off the virus to a human. The problem is, the monkeys have managed to lose their natural fear of humans, and there was even one incident where the park had to be shut down after a family was threatened and chased by an especially malicious macaque. It's the worst kind of invasive, and it's 100% our fault, and although the virus peddling primates haven't caught a human body, it's definitely one of those cases of F around and find out. One of the most unsettling diseases in nature is a sickness that affects deer, known as chronic wasting disease, called so because it essentially destroys the animal from the inside out. In fact, this type of disease is a transmissible spongiform encephalopathy, a name that literally comes from the fact that it causes several sponge-like holes in the brain. It's like the forbidden final boss of trypophobia, and is caused by a single misfolded protein known as a prion. This prion triggers a chain reaction where the only outcome is a canceled life subscription, and the only thing the victim can do is wait for the sweet release of death. Here's what the endgame of a deer with CWD looks like. It starts with a misfolded protein affecting and altering perfectly normal proteins. It's almost like a cellular level cheese touch, and the moment it starts, it's already over. Step 2 includes the prions exploding in numbers exponentially and accumulating in the body, the whole time the deer, elk, or moose looks and acts perfectly normal. The deer can walk around with this disease for 2 whole years before the chronic becomes critical. Eventually, it escalates to the point where the prions manage to break into the blood-brain barrier, where they start destroying neurons, putting enough holes in the brain to get it cursed out by an octopus, and slowly wasting the poor, unexpecting deer. Deer with CWD seem unable to process anything around them, including danger, and if predators or playing freeze tag on the freeway doesn't take them off the senses, they die a slow and painful death to starvation as their brains shut down. The worst part is, the nightmare doesn't end once the deer does, since the prions responsible can exist in an area years after the victim and can even be absorbed by plants in contaminated soil. That's assuming they don't just leach into groundwater. In fact, the only surefire way to eliminate a prion is literally that: fire. Except, it's not as simple as cremating a casualty. That'd be too easy. It's said that it takes heat at a minimum of 900 degrees Fahrenheit or 482 degrees Celsius to properly pack up a prion, and some sources say to hike that up to 1800 to be safe. But the part that makes prions one of the most horrific things not native to a horror movie is where they come from. It's believed there are 3 main factors that cause prion diseases. Genetics play a relatively small part, with only 10 to 15% of cases in people being attributed to them. The second, and by far most common cause, is the disease being sporadic. Basically, that just means that not even science can fully explain where they come from, but that it's like it happens out of nowhere. And the third is an infected deer contaminating something like a water source or a feeding station with body fluids and passing it off to the next. And remember, not only can prions insist on existing years after the fact, keep in mind that most infected deer look no different from any other right until it's time to disconnect from interface eternally. That means that the 3 main causes of wasting disease are completely RNG, and that is remarkably terrifying. And it's not just deer that can get packed up by prions. There's mad cow disease in cattle and scrapie in sheep, named after the fact that it can cause them to compulsively rub up against things like fence posts until they literally scrape their wool off. There's even a human equivalent, Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease. And while there's no known reports of a human ever catching CWD, specialists have warned that with the thousands of CWD infected animals eaten by people a year, there's growing concern that the disease may eventually be transmitted to people. But maybe it's still a lot better than the last, and in my opinion, the most horrific disease in this video. Because not only is rabies one of the harshest death sentences nature can serve, it is 100% transmissible to humans. Rabies is said to bury nearly 60,000 people a year, and since the most common way to get it is through dog bites, it's the worst in places with a high stray population. Which is why India, a country that criminalized murking stray dogs, has about 20,000 names crossed off the census a year by rabies. And it's children that are especially at risk, with about 40% of deaths coming from those 15 years old or younger. Here's what it's like to be turned into a statistic by rabies. It starts with the virus entering the peripheral nervous system, usually through a bite. Then, it travels inside you through nerves until it reaches part of the central nervous system, or the spinal cord. From there, it's a straight shot directly to the brain, and at this point, you can start drafting your will cause ain't no way. While you can treat the virus before it reaches the brain, once it does, you're almost guaranteed to become a WUS. The virus then multiplies, then spreads throughout the body, slowly killing you from the brain out. But the underrated and truly sinister aspect of rabies is how it seemingly rewires your brain for its own purposes. One of the telltale signs of rabies is a crippling fear of water, where just the sight or suggestion of it can cause incredibly painful spasms in the throat and larynx. At the same time, the virus attacks the salivary glands, causing excessive drooling and the foaming at the mouth the disease is famous for. And that's because the virus is most concentrated in the mouth, and swallowing or drinking water would dilute it, so the hydrophobia helps keep the mouth and all the nastiness inside as potent as possible. And that's not the only way rabies manipulates its mark. There's believed to be 3 stages of rabies in animals. You got the prodromal stage, and that's where the animal might start showing minor changes in behavior. And then you got the phase likely everyone associates with rabies, the excitative stage. It's been called furious rabies since it's characterized by heightened aggression and random outbursts of violence. Animals that would normally be wary of people, such as foxes, can attack completely out of nowhere with bites, and remember, being a water bigot just makes that bite that much more toxic. And then there's the paralytic or dumb stage, where the animal appears unaware and disconnected from the world around it. This is where you might see a normally introverted mammal show zero fear in humans, but don't be fooled, they're still liable to bite to serve the virus's purpose. The nightmare usually ends with the animal flatlining to respiratory arrest as its body finally just gives up. And your fate is almost no better if you're a human, since rabies has one of the highest KD ratios of any disease, even though it's also one of the oldest. It flexes a nearly 100% fatality rate, but nearly means there's still a chance. In 2004, 15-year-old Gina Giese contracted rabies after being infected by a bat, and the moment she started experiencing symptoms, she was, statistically speaking, a walking corpse. Dr. Willoughby, who had studied up on rabies, figured their last chance was to put the teenager in a coma in a last-ditch effort to save her brain and give her body a reasonable chance to fight off the virus. About a week after she was induced, Gina miraculously started producing rabies antibodies, and after Euro-stepping death, she would go through the grueling rehab of relearning how to walk, talk, and even stand. Cause even when you're lucky, it ain't easy being Giese. She became the first person to ever survive the rabies virus without a vaccination, and even went on to start a family. But don't get it twisted, the Milwaukee protocol that saved her has been used on 41 people, and only 6 have survived. The ones that do still run the risk of waking up severely disabled, which is the best you can do when negotiating with death, since that's exactly what treating rabies is. It's a horrifically debilitating disease, and even though it takes about 1 to 3 months to show symptoms after being infected, there have been cases of people walking around with the virus for 7 years. At the same time, if the virus manages to invade you close enough to your brain, you can easily be down bad less than a week after being exposed. With a virtually 100% kill rate, and the thousands that lose their lives to it a year, it's definitely one of the most unforgiving viruses out there. Which is why the greatest basketball player of all time isn't Michael Jordan, LeBron James, or even Kobe Bryant. It's Manu Ginobili. Because during a Spurs-Kings game in 2009, a bat managed to find its way inside the arena, causing everyone to immediately panic. Until the 6'5" Argentinian backhanded the bat and put it out of commission, and proceeded to help lead his team to a 20-point win, along with a victory by TKO against the bat. One man managed to potentially solo one of the deadliest viruses of all time, and he wasn't even a starter. And you'll never guess what day this happened. Yeah, that's right. Happy Halloween, and stay safe out there.
Please? Thank you. I've spent the last couple days looking at bad signs from a few different sources, but especially this crap signs Facebook group. School zone, produce speed, no pets and other food allowed. We are cleaning. Please apologise. Toilet only for disabled, elderly, pregnant children. Anyone caught exiting through this door will be asked to leave. Please inform us if you are. Diabetes. It is forbidden to dog. Anxiety disorders. Now only $45. Do not, don't. Dear guests, in the field of water sports, swim in the dangerous and illegal activities. 200 metres off your face, you use the space reserved. Right, well I don't really understand that. Thank you for your understanding. Airports Authority of India orders eating carpet strictly prohibited. Sorry, out of order. Please use baby change. Baboons. Dear costumer, a toaster out off serves at this is moment. We can style grill. Sorry for inconvenience. Keep to right. Please keep left. Right lane must. Right left. What? If you see someone drowning, lol, caution. Be careful of parasailing horses and buggies on the beach. Please note we close for lunch 1 to 1:60. Attention, this car park will be locked at 4. 8. Baby needs beers and wines. God is now here. God is nowhere. Please do not grab your own balls. We will grab them for you. Heart emoji. Why that emoji? Card machine out of order. Behold, I come quickly. Coming soon, vegan chocolate. Dark chocolate melted into fresh creamy sheep's milk. Slip carefully. No authorised entry. People are eating children in this area. Please leash your dog and clean up after them. Ow! Notice, if you come on my property, I will beat you off. Illegally parked cars will be fine. Violators will be towed and fined $50. Hot ass. Crap books. Harm your neighbourhood grocer. Remember, sign not in use. This is not an exit. No lifeguard. Swim at your own risk. Caution, slow kids on road with no shoulders. Please do not put paper down the toilet or I kill you. Playtime. Pigs with no specific duties. Please sex after you exit. Thank you. And that's upside down. Good food, good people, good times. Life's too short for anything. Welcome, tourist. We speak English. Clost, pulled, tutoring. No smoking allowed. Today's special, grilled salmon, mashed potatoes, and Asperger's. Please close this tap tightly. No, that's not right. Tightly. No crowd surfing. You will immediately be ejaculated. We sell hot drinks. Hot chocolate. Tear. Chewing gum. Child meat. Fuck does that mean? Avoid rude and unreasonable chicken. Try the strange juice. Please don't cross any railings, lest suddenness happens. Achievement get! Nom nom nom, bread! This is actually a sign from my Minecraft server, which one of my top Discord mods requested I crowbar into the video. So there you go, link is in the description for that. And finally, Dove Sail Warning, the roads wireless clock on 1st August 2021 for 11 A between 9:30 AM and 3:30 PM. Anal beads!
We have a relatively minor snapshot today, 25W21A. I have a llama butt, but also a horse here and a pig. I want to show you all that if you shear them, if I get rid of the leaves right now, if I shear them and get rid of their saddles, they all have individual different sounds now. This is the horse sound. Oh, that was the horse. That was the horse armor. This is the saddle. There we go. And here's the llama sound. So that's the carpet, obviously sounding like a bit of wool. All right, bye. All right, so the big change in this snapshot is the fact that clouds have changed. And I did not see this coming. I didn't think that they were going to be changing the way clouds looked. But in hindsight, it makes a lot of sense because they're making sweeping changes to the ambience in this game. And you might already notice that clouds extend all the way to the horizon past your render distance. So that's really nice. I don't usually play with clouds. In fact, I always turn them off, but I'll keep them on for this video. So you might be asking now, Phoenix, the clouds kind of look the same. Nothing seems to have changed. Yes, they have. I only have the resource pack on to show you what they used to look like. This is the old Minecraft clouds, giving you time to say goodbye to old Minecraft clouds. This is what they'll look like now. in this update moving forward. Yeah, they're gonna have faces on them. I mean, I only have this localized here because I've been looking for this. This is the way that clouds will look now. Kind of like stratus clouds or stratocumulus clouds. They all seem to have the same horizontal shape, and that's the major defining factor that differentiates them from the old ones. In contrast, the old ones seem to be irregular blotches of blocks and squares and noisy shapes. The new ones moving forward have a defining horizontal look to them that look a lot more like clouds. So here's the old cloud texture. You can see that there isn't really much of a personality to it, and the new one looks like this. So if you can't see that they're different from in-game, just observing the texture differences, you can see that they're very different. So here is the creeper face that is obviously an Easter egg here. I don't think this happened by accident. While the old ones do serve that nostalgic purpose, looking like old Minecraft, the new ones do look a lot better with a lot more intention. I've just discovered that the panorama is using the old cloud texture. I think they need to update that. I'm sure you'll get used to it nonetheless. So here's the creeper face. Not too hard to find. Just fly around a bit. Oh, by the way, here's something quite funny. You may or may not be aware of this interesting quirk that's in the game. So I'm going to place a lava bucket or lava block inside this hole, and I'm going to jump in. And I'm going to pause it now. I'm on version 1.21.5 right now. This is before the bug fix happened in this snapshot. I'm going to press and spam the statistics button in this game menu, like so. Escape, press again, escape, press again. And I suddenly just died. What's happening here is that there's an exploit in the game, or a bug, where if you press the statistics button, every now and then you will advance the game 1 game tick, even though you are paused. And the easiest way to demonstrate this is by being inside a lava block. 1 heart left, statistics, escape, and after a while you'll advance the game 1 game tick and then you'll die. Now I'm upgrading back to the snapshot and I'll respawn, jump in, and we'll just keep spamming this. You'll notice that this bug has now been fixed. I know that a lot of speedrunners use this strat to execute tick-perfect plays. I'm sorry, this bug has been fixed. Rightfully so. You don't want people to die when the game is paused. Oh, before I jump into preview, I've just leashed a horse here because what I've noticed, there is now a leash snapping sound, which is fantastic. It's absolutely necessary. I don't know how many times I've had this happen without realizing that I'm leashing an animal, and I'd failed to realize that the leash had snapped and the animal was no longer following me. So I'm gonna leash it again, gonna move backwards, and the leash had snapped. So while we say goodbye to the old clouds in Minecraft, we will say hello to another change here on Preview Edition, relevant to the end update. Not really an update. All right, so we have vibrant visuals on. This is only available. There we go. I do have to kill the dragon. All right, so you already know that there's something going on with the end where you've got purple flashes in the sky that happen every 10 seconds or so. When this happens now, there'll be a sound that accompanies that big flash. There we go. So whenever you get that big flash, that supernova or massive exploding island or whatever you want to call it, you'll get the sound that accompanies it. It's a big bass noise that's also directional. Where is it? There. So I don't know what's going on. Are they just experimenting with adding sounds to vibrant visuals? Because we now know that's a thing. So whenever you have vibrant visuals on, you'll get an enhanced environmental experience. There we go. So I knew that was to my right. It looks fantastic, by the way, with the Ender Dragon flying through it. I'll show you a clip from the live stream. That's a sick shot though. So you have to exit the game to disable vibrant visuals, which is a brand new thing. I don't know why Bedrock just requires you to do these things. All right, so we'll turn that off, head back into the game. So vibrant visuals are off and you can already see nothing is happening. No noise, no environmental effect, no big bang in the sky. It's all quite boring. So they're really adding an incentive to play with vibrant visuals. Otherwise, you're gonna miss a lot of these updates that are hidden in this. Can't really see the dragon with these settings, but hopefully, there we go. There's the dragon being illuminated by the purple flash. I think this is great. It's just a shame that if you don't have vibrant visuals enabled, you will not experience the dragon fight the same way as other people. But want to demonstrate this to you. I know it's on Preview Edition, but it is something that we have to consider moving forward for Java Edition as well. Thanks for watching. Subscribe. Getting very close to the summer drop. Stay tuned. Big updates following that as well. Whoa.
D&D tends to have a sadistic flair when it comes to killing your emotionally attached character in an innumerable amount of creative to mundane ways. Monsters, traps, environments, hell, even some magic items feel like they've been carefully designed to cut your character's story short. This sadistic creativity really doesn't surprise me, since historically we as humans have pondered and created increasingly callous ways to kill one another, personally or in mass. I mean, what are dungeon masters but emotionally manipulative sociopaths with a god complex and a thirst for blood sacrifice? I mean, I guess storytellers and friends, but Anyway, all of that woe is me nihilism got me thinking, what are some of the worst, most brutal, and dastardly ways to die in D&D? Starting off with one you might not expect, I'd have to say teleportation. Both the spells Plane Shift and Teleport have the chance to send you to any number of increasingly inhospitable destinations that lead to an untimely demise, with just a couple of unlucky rolls. The idea of trying to teleport away ready for a grand adventure only to realize you're stranded at Point Nemo, bloodied in the water, with no idea how to get home makes this type of death particularly petrifying. Oh, and there's a maw of Sekolah in the water. I mean, that's just an example from the top of my head. If you thought Plane Shift was any better, it is, unless it's being used against you as an arcane deportation.
End of the line, you split-faced son of a bitch.
Get him, Randy. Get him. Bash him in the head, Randy. Bash him.
How big all you want. Your crimes won't be forgiven, dude. What the fuck?
Oh, Baron. We seem to have an uninvited guest. How shall we greet him?
Wayne Proes Tormenta. Dime antenas. Brosso Domenticae. Colisieto.
Oh. Yes. How fun.
Oh shit. Those two aren't the only spells that can be used to kill a character in a terrible way. If you watch this video here, you might have caught this bit about the Brazen Beholder, which leads me to my next terrible way to die. Do I really need to say much about this spell? If used against a well-armored adversary, it could cook them alive. Given that it takes 2 to 5 minutes to strip down and beat the heat, your only real option if you're alone is to find the person who cast this on you and beat the ever-loving snot out of them while suffering the effects of a red-hot steel coffin.
You have one chance to surrender and leave our sacred grove. Any resistance will be met a brutal demise.
Face me, cowards! I stand ready for your bloodshed! It's, getting a little hot. It burns! Oh god! It hurts so much!
Believe it or not, D&D made a monster that leads to a similar fate.
Bring out the gimp.
This is a chain devil, and don't let its fetish wear fool you. This is one of the cruelest enemies that you can encounter. Sure, you could be like slowly acidifying Andy over here, but nothing beats the deliberate and callous nature that comes from being a victim of the chain devil. I mean, according to their lore, these legally distinct Cenobites stalk, capture alive, and for the sake of the YouTube algorithm, tormenta their victims to death by using their many animated chains, whips, and barbs. And boy howdy do they love doing it.
Now do your worst. I've been trained against every interrogation tactic in the book. Nothing you can do can break me.
I'm dying, Dad.
For the love of God, please just end it.
Hang in there, brother. We still got another 3 seasons.
Modern media has a fun way of making you think that transformation is a cool and fun ability that enhances your character's power, and in a way it is, but being studied in all things Cronenberg, I tend to associate these fun power boosts with some type of grotesque mutational body horror. There are more than a few D&D monsters who pull this off as a part of their natural and beautiful circle of life. Yuan-Ti, Bodax, Myconid Spore Servants, Vargoyles, just to name a few, but the two that stand out most to me are the Mind Flayer and the Slod. The Mind Flayer transformation should be all too familiar thanks to 2023's Game of the Year, Baldur's Gate 3. But to summarize quickly, a bunch of Mind Flayers spit out 1,000 eggs that become 1,000 worms inside of a greasy pool of brain sludge, and after a very cats-in-the-cradle-esque upbringing, the worm is given to a human to take over and viciously modify, creating another Mind Flayer. The process is agonizing and usually slow, and they can do it to pretty much anything with a brain. So, good luck. As absolutely horrifying as that fate might be, I happen to believe the Slod's is worse. For those of you unaware, sloths are interdimensional frog people from the Hills of Insanity located in Limbo. Yeah, I'm not going to explain that any further. The important part is their reproduction. Now, sloths don't play R&B and do the twisted tango. They claw at people and hope that their parasitic eggs stick around long enough to collect back pay child support.
What else, dear?
Oh, jeez, I don't know. I think it's some type of indigestion. I've been getting these massive headaches.
Aye. Alright, stand still now. Let's give it a listen. That's odd.
If you refuse me, honey, you'll lose me. Then you'll be left alone, no baby. Tell a worm and tell me I'm your own.
I'm gonna make this quick and easy. Rot grubs can be found pretty much anywhere filthy and burrow into your soft, succulent flesh. Do I need to go any further? I'm not gonna go any further. Rot grubs suck. And in order to keep myself sane, let's take a quick break and see what Andy's up to. Yeah, pretty much as I expected. Let's move on. I'm still feeling pretty queasy, so to take over for our next part, I've invited the master chef eating in the dungeon to tell us a little more about the next horrible way to die.
Eating the dungeon here, and I get asked this one a lot. Short answer, don't eat undercooked troll meat. Long answer, troll meat is not high up on anyone's list of go-to meals, but adventurers have done much more questionable things than just eating a bit of bad meat. The problem is, troll meat isn't just bad meat. Trolls regenerate. That's kind of their thing. Cut them, smash them, slice them, they bounce back. Even a small scrap of troll flesh can reattach to the main body, and it will inch along to seek it out. This doesn't stop just because they're on your dinner plate. So to safely eat troll meat, you need to neutralize its regenerative magic with fire or acid. Normally, your stomach acid is not strong enough on its own, at least not strong enough to outpace the regeneration of troll flesh. So if the acid option doesn't work, let's go with fire. Thorough cooking over an open fire source is absolutely critical. While preparing troll meat, make sure to cook it until it's completely charred on the outside and firm throughout. No pink, no tenderness, no just a little rare. You are aiming for bonfire barbecue, not medium rare monstrosity. A good rule of thumb is that if you hit it with any lightning magic and it still twitches, keep cooking. You do not want to undercook this, otherwise get ready for an extremely unpleasant and explosive surprise.
I'm gonna put a little bit of paprika on there and...
My God, man. And these sandwiches are absolutely divine. It's such an exotic and succulent taste. Wherever did you find the meat?
Kill that wretched hag!
Ooh. Oh, yeah, no. Lucky find, I guess. Guess you could have used an extra minute on the skillet. Wait. Martin's beard!
Wow. Ew. Be sure to check him out for some more appetizing options when it comes to D&D cuisine, and if you're liking the video so far, drop me a sub. It really encourages me to keep making these videos better and better and hopefully take less time to make them. We're coming up on the last two, which can be up to a little more interpretation. First up, the Nightwalker. Nightwalkers are 20-foot tall, smooth, hairless, and ebony creatures from the planes of negative energy. Yeah, what a welcome combatant. They can be found in the Shadowfell more often than not, and they will kill pretty much anything you want it to. I mean, if you're walking around in the Shadowfell, you're probably already doomed. It's like walking around O-Block with your pockets full of money while you're dressed like the Monopoly Man.
Jackie shit.
Or an area where there's an active serial killer late at night. Hey, that's me! The Nightwalker has a couple of effects which I believe lead it to be one of D&D's most cruel enemies. The first is its annihilating aura, so we're already off to a great start. I like to compare this depressing and exhausting life drain to the feeling you get by doing your taxes or the magic done by the Dementors in the Harry Potter franchise. I mean, they look close enough. The second is their Finger of Doom. And no, that's not an innuendo, you sick player you. If you're within 300 feet of this creature, there's a chance that its accusatory point could give you the sensitivity of a posh Victorian aristocrat, becoming so offended by this rude gesture that you're left frightened and paralyzed while the Nightwalker closes on in. Any creature slain by the Nightwalker cannot be revived by any means short of a wish or some sort of DM MacGuffin, which I interpret as it devouring your soul. So no one really knows what waits for you after, but given the circumstances, it could only be cruel. I mean, I'd make it cruel.
Hey, hello? Hi. Can you help me? I think there's been some kind of mistake. I'm looking for my friends. There's this radio. I think.
Now this last one shouldn't technically count because it's considered homebrew, but it's such a popular monster that most DMs will validate its existence, welcoming it into the D&D Horror Hall of Fame. It's been called a being of indescribable Lovecraftian horror, but despite that grand title, it's pretty much just a multi-headed dead hand from Ocarina of Time. Yeah, dying to the False Hydra is exceptionally cruel. For those of you who don't know, I won't go too deep into the lore, since I want to run a future video on running this nightmare abomination, but if you have a fun story, comment down below, alongside any of your opinions on D&D's worst ways to die. In short, the False Hydra story is similar to that of Santa Claus. It's built on lies. Government denying shady government things? False Hydra. Cheating wife coming home from a saucy scandal? False Hydra. Even something as small as denying a fart? False Hydra. Don't lie, don't die. Getting eaten by this thing adds your head as a fine addition to its collection, forcing you into a humiliating public performance. But that's not what makes this death the worst. In fact, no one's even going to notice or care. The sinister serenade forces everyone that can hear it to forget it's even there, and the victim's very existence. That or rationalize their disappearance. To be forgotten and left as an insignificant stain within history is one of the worst deaths that someone could have, especially if it's a player with 100 sessions of experience.
Yeah, well, I did go. But here she goes. Uprooting her life and flying off Lord only knows where.
I thought things were going well, man. What happened with you two? Used to be so happy.
Oh, who can remember? Better to drink and forget tonight than sit and remember yesterday.
Take it easy, brother. By tomorrow, I bet you won't even remember her name.
Huh? Remember who? What? Get hold of yourself, man. You're having too much of the sauce. You're sounding crazy.
Well, that's all for today. Sorry it took so long. I was hunting vampires in San Marcos and got caught up in a cabal. If you want to see some sneak previews, chat and vote on topics for future videos, or learn more about the cabal, consider joining our Discord, which I'll link in the description below. Otherwise, catch us next time when we challenge the debate of nature versus nurture.
This video is sponsored by Raycon. "911, what is your emergency?"
I would like to report a crime.
What's the crime?
This fucking DJ is turning off the music during the good parts.
Sir, that's not a crime.
Then I guess you didn't hear me. The DJ is turning off the music during the good parts so everyone can sing. This song has no lyrics.
And what specific crime do you think that is?
Sexual assault and terrorism.
Well, unfortunately...
How about robbery? I was promised music and I'm being robbed. And I'm not a store in California, so you should care.
It's not robbery, sir. It's part of the experience.
Have you ever been listening to a song in public and thought, wow, I hope my iPod gets AIDS and dies, and the people around me start singing the song instead.
Who uses an iPod?
Hey, is there any reason I don't see a SWAT team kicking in the goddamn door? Just tell them a famous streamer is here.
What's the name of the DJ, sir?
Osama Bin Laden. Do you need me to spell that?
Sir.
If I at least say he's not white, will you start to take this seriously? Now I want to tell you guys a story. Oh, hell no. It has always been my dream to be a doctor.
Well, there's no way that's true.
But I also wanted to help people.
Fucking what?
So I became a DJ.
Okay. That was beautiful. He's turning the music on and off.
Well, that's fun. If I turned somebody's ventilator on and off because I wanted to hear the nurses breathe, wouldn't you call that terrorism? Alright, where the ladies at? Where the guys at? Where the transgenders at? It can't be all of you. It's not statistically possible. Alright, here we go. Caroline, ba ba ba, good times.
Sir?
Do you know how many white chicks just rolled in their graves / Uggs?
Sir, we have another terrorist attack.
Where is it this time?
At a club in Los Angeles.
And who's the DJ?
It's DJ Bin Laden.
Oh my God.
Yes, sir. He's been stopping the music right before the good part throughout the entire night, with no sign of stopping.
Goddamn terrorist.
And he keeps blabbing his goddamn mouth.
Classic Al-Qaeda.
But then he proceeded to do everything just mentioned during Sweet Caroline.
Oh my God.
Yes, sir. These terrorist attacks are affecting white women. And that's the worst kind of terrorism. We're currently at DEFCON negative infinity. And UGG sales have already gone down.
No Uggs, no economy. These terrorists are trying to start a global depression.
We also had a mole in the 911 operator division.
They've infiltrated the highest levels of government.
One of the workers was gaslighting people into thinking stopping the music during the good part was not terrorism.
Who's our source?
We've got an informant on the inside.
Put him through.
Hello?
No, because now the DJ is talking about his turtle.
I once had a tortoise. His name was Hare. We have to send help fast.
But what's the best way to stop a DJ?
Monogamy.
No, needs to be more powerful.
Nukes.
So are you guys sending SEAL Team 6 or MS-13 or anyone to stop this yet? Because... This ever happened to you? Well, listen to music on your own schedule with these brand new Raycon earbuds. That's right, Raycon's everyday earbuds are a Black Friday deal you don't want to miss, as their latest model includes a 32-hour battery life, multi-point connectivity, and my favorite feature, active noise cancellation. When you just want to tune out the world and focus on work, reading, or just relaxing, their active noise cancellation allows you to do exactly that. Additionally, the everyday earbuds are available in a wide variety of vibrant colors, matte black being my personal favorite. They're weatherproof, dustproof, sweat resistant, and if you're not impressed with the product, they offer a 30-day happiness guarantee. So save big this Black Friday by going to buyraycon.com/ZachStar for up to 30% off site-wide. That's right, you'll get up to 30% off everything on Raycon's website when you go to buyraycon.com/ZachStar. This has been a public service announcement. All DJs play the music and shut the fuck
to mighty London came an Irish lad one day. All the streets were paved with gold, so everyone was gay, singing songs of Piccadilly, Strand and Leicester Square, till Paddy got excited and he shouted to them there. It's a long way to Tipperary, it's a long way to go. It's a long way to Tipperary, to the sweetest girl I know. Goodbye, Piccadilly, farewell, Leicester Square. It's a long, long way to Tipperary, but my heart's right there. Paddy wrote a letter to his Irish Molly-O, saying, should you not receive it, write and let me know. If I make mistakes in spelling, Molly dear, said he, remember it's the pen that's bad, don't lay the blame on me. It's a long way to Tipperary, it's a long way to go. It's a long way to Tipperary, to the sweetest girl I know. Goodbye, Piccadilly, farewell, Leicester Square. It's a long, long way to Tipperary, but my heart's right there. Molly wrote a neat reply to Irish Paddy-O, saying Mike Maloney wants to marry me, and so leave the Strand and Piccadilly or you'll be to blame. For love has fairly drove me silly, hoping you're the same. It's a long way to Tipperary, it's a long way to go. It's a long way to Tipperary, to the sweetest girl I know. Goodbye, Piccadilly, farewell, Leicester Square. It's a long, long way to Tipperary, but my heart's right there. It's a long, long way to Tipperary, but my heart's right there.
Ang sarap ng ulan, no? Ang lamig.
Oo nga eh. Calming.
The rain brings good memories. Naalala mo ba nung bat...
SC Johnson.
ChatGPT is a joke. LLM models like ChatGPT are being touted as the solution to all the world's problems, when they're, as of now, just making them all worse. If people are lonely, they can talk to a chatbot that doesn't remember what you said to it 2 messages ago. Or if you want to look something up now because Google sucks, you can use an LLM. It'll give you a really nice table of information with a bunch of things that are wrong. And then everyone just seems to forget this fact when they use these bots. Even Gemini Deep Research, the best LLM I've used for research, is not that great. It will quote things incorrectly from articles it sources to you. It can't even read an article correctly, which is concerning because people are using this kind of thing for this exact purpose and they're not really checking a lot of this stuff. Even professional researchers are resorting to using LLMs like ChatGPT to make their research papers, which is bad because AI can't think. It's not smart, it's stupid. It will make mistakes. For example, an LLM misquoted a paper from 1959 and made up a new term that doesn't exist called vegetative electron microscopy. That's not a real thing. The actual term was electron microscopy of vegetative structure, and I don't really know what that means. The point is, it copied it wrong. But since tons of researchers are using LLMs to write their papers, this term has ended up in over 24 new research papers, which is concerning because the way peer review research works is you operate under under the assumption that a peer reviewed the previous research. And by peer, they mean other researcher, not ChatGPT. So there is currently more likely than not tons of research papers that exist that are written by a ChatGPT-like bot that just has tons of wrong stuff in it. And no one knows exactly which paper was written by a person and which paper was written by ChatGPT. And if researchers start using ChatGPT written papers in research, that is going to be a problem. ChatGPT and similar consumer-grade bots are also not good for medical advice. It's kind of like WebMD on steroids in terms of diagnosing the extreme. That's probably because it was trained off Reddit comments. Regardless, if you need to see a doctor, you should check out today's sponsor, ZocDoc. ZocDoc is a great way to get the care you need. You have access to thousands of healthcare providers, and if you don't have insurance, you can filter for doctors that will take you without insurance. And if you do have insurance, you can also filter for doctors that do take your insurance. And that is a great way to make sure you don't end up with a huge out-of-network bill. ZocDoc also lets you filter by specific specialists. So if you have a specific problem, you can just find the doctor for that specific problem. You just find the doctor that fits your needs, and after a few clicks, you're booked. And ZocDoc appointments usually happen within 24 to 72 hours, and sometimes even the same day, which is great if you procrastinate like I do. Personally, I use ZocDoc to find a doctor for my untreated asthma that I didn't know about for like 20 years. After constantly not being able to breathe after exercising, I figured I should probably just get a doctor and get it checked out. I was initially pretty hesitant because it seemed like a huge pain to find a doctor, and I still didn't know if I had a real condition or not. The last thing I needed was a doctor that was dismissive, because at the time I was more overweight than I am now. So I'm glad I used ZocDoc because it really narrowed down my choice in picking a doctor. I've had to find doctors before without using ZocDoc, and it's honestly just a huge pain in comparison. There was barely any information on the doctors I found, and there was barely any reviews from patients of those doctors. But with ZocDoc, I had a great experience finding my doctor, and there were plenty of patient reviews that are verified so I could check to see if the doctor was actually good. But he diagnosed the problem after one conversation and prescribed me an inhaler, and it worked. So yeah, that was really good. So take care of you today and make your health a priority. Go to ZocDoc.com/Battens, also link down below, to instantly book and find a doctor today. Thanks again to ZocDoc for sponsoring the video, and let's get back into it. So AI in the medical field right now is kind of a hot topic because there are tons of articles about AI diagnosing people faster than doctors ever could. And those articles are definitely real. AI is useful outside of things like ChatGPT. Honestly, my biggest gripe with AI are just tools like ChatGPT. AI has been used by a lot of industries before ChatGPT existed. We just called it machine learning or algorithms. When AI is used in a way that makes sense, it's actually an extremely useful tool. If you design an AI model trained off of millions of images of, like cancer, for example, like diagnosed cancer, it will be able to look at new scans of people with that same cancer and diagnose it way faster. That's just a fact. But asking ChatGPT medical questions is about as useful as asking Reddit, and they don't know what they're talking about at all. ChatGPT will just tell you what it thinks you want to hear because that's the way it was designed. This goes for anything that this AI says, by the way. It'll tell you facts and data that are entirely made up and fabricated. And this seems to be something everyone kinda knows, but at the same time, I see people posting rebuttals on Twitter and Reddit using ChatGPT screenshots. If we all seem to collectively agree that this thing is a pathological liar, I don't know why we're using it like that. I understand that Google is basically useless now. Okay, it's really hard to use now, but we shouldn't replace it with something that's wrong 52% of the time. This study found that ChatGPT gave the wrong information for programming questions 52% of the time. And programming is one of the things these bots are supposed to be useful for. Now, there isn't much information on like total accuracy because it's honestly really hard to gauge. They're meant to be general models answering like any kind of question, and you can't like ask it every question in the world, right? That's a really hard thing to do. But for another example, the BBC in the UK had a study where news-related topics were repeated wrong about half the time. And this was for all the AI models. All of them got it wrong about half the time. And the news is one of the last places you want to coin flip your information being accurate or not. And I've also experienced this myself with Gemini Deep Research. I wanted to test and see how it did. So I asked it to find information about Tesla that I already did research for. And it did a great job at building an overall timeline and had some good articles linked, but Gemini kept quoting the source material wrong. Like it linked me the source with the source text, but the text it quoted from the article was just not accurate, which is like definitely concerning. It's pretty crazy to me that the way these bots are designed basically makes them copy pasting things impossible. You'd think it'd be really easy to like literally copy text from an article and paste it, but no, it can't do that. It has to reinterpret it. And this problem is like actually only getting worse. As of now, these AIs are hallucinating more and more with every new iteration. The newer models get better benchmarks than the previous models, but I don't really think that matters very much if it literally lies to you more. And the benchmarks are not a good comparison tool between these models anyways, because these benchmarks have been around for a while. And when companies know having a better score on these benchmarks means that your AI is better and the public's eye, they're going to design the models just to do good on benchmarks, which is probably at least partially why they're hallucinating more, because the goal with these models is not to be useful, even though they want you to think it is. Really, the goal with these models right now is to get investor funding. That's it. OpenAI, Google, Microsoft, all of them, Meta included, all these companies want you to think AI is useful, because in actuality, it's not very useful right now. That's why every single tech billionaire is talking about AGI being around the corner. They want to trick investors to thinking that AGI is like coming really soon, and if you don't invest now, you're gonna miss out. Like seriously, anytime you see something like ex-Google engineer talks about AGI coming soon, look up their stock portfolio, because I am guaranteeing you it's like all in Google or OpenAI or something. Companies who also very publicly fire all their employees to replace with AI are also just trying to get investor funding, because it looks good to say you cut your costs down because there's no more employees. Even though every time I've seen a company announce this, they end up walking it back because the AI can't actually do the job. These bots are just not that useful yet. And that's not to say I don't think ChatGPT will never replace aspects of jobs. I'm sure it will. It can even replace entire roles at companies, which is an issue that should be addressed. But as of now, I just don't see that happening, and every time a company has thought that would happen, they end up rolling it back. And I think currently AI is actually a great tool if you're already a professional in that field that you're asking it questions about. Because if you're already a professional, you know when it's wrong. As long as you know enough about a subject to be able to tell when something is like obviously incorrect, it's a pretty good tool. But when you don't understand that it is lying to you, it talks with a level of confidence that makes you want to trust it. There was an update recently to ChatGPT 4.0 that was just telling people they're right all the time. Like even if someone knew the information was wrong, ChatGPT 4.0 would just be like, yeah, you're so right. You're so smart. And this really isn't an exaggeration. It really just started gassing everyone up. And OpenAI did roll back this update because yeah, it was bad. And also a chatbot like this constantly reaffirming your ideas is probably a bad idea. I think it's a great way to get someone into psychosis, but that's pretty much it. But I don't want these tools to constantly affirm what I say to it. I just don't. If I'm talking to a chatbot like this, I want it to be smarter than me. That's the whole point. If they just tell me I'm right all the time and I'm never wrong, there's literally no point in using them. Also, programming the bots to be like emotionally manipulative is kind of worrying. Like Zuckerberg openly has talked about the fact that he wants people to have AI friends, which is depressing and horrible. I really don't want to live in a world where everyone talks to some AI bot that like affirms everything they believe and think and say. It's kind of shocking me that there aren't more people adamantly against people befriending these kinds of chatbots, because it can't be healthy for someone to talk to an AI like this all the time. I also don't think it's a great therapist if you can avoid it, mainly because it could send you down some really wrong paths. Like realistically, this thing could put some really bad ideas in your head or affirm some really bad ideas that a person would not. And you might think these AI chatbots aren't good enough to make people lose their minds, but I assure you, they definitely are. Almost every subreddit dedicated to AI is filled with people who are like borderline in psychosis. The amount of people who have asked something like, how do we know if AI is actually conscious or not, and they're referencing their own conversation with an AI is really concerning, especially since these specific kind of chatbots, LLMs, large language models, will probably never be conscious. I'm not saying that we can't eventually make an actual conscious AGI, artificial general intelligence thing, okay? That is definitely a possible thing in my mind, but I am saying that ChatGPT and Gemini and all these LLM models will not be that. These models are just prediction machines. That's it. They'll get really good at acting conscious, but they won't be conscious. And I'm sure it doesn't help that a lot of language we use to describe these large language models is very human. Like we call them being wrong a hallucination, even though it is like literally just a machine that got something wrong. It is a glitch. It is a bug. And I feel like these general purpose models like ChatGPT and Gemini and all of them are really just a problem. Like they don't seem like they're solving very many problems for people. It just seems like they open the floodgates to, you know, all of society's issues at once. Like I am sure all these models get used in like legitimate ways, right? But for the most part, ChatGPT seems really good at scamming people. That's something it's good at. Or if you want to astroturf a political message, ChatGPT can also do that and was used for that on Twitter. And I know it's been talked about a lot, but that Studio Ghibli filter craze thing felt really wrong. I don't really care about the people who are just using it for fun because it's gonna happen regardless. I can't get mad at that. But the White House tweets with the Ghibli art of deportations was dystopian. That was not okay. And that's just a glimpse into the potential future that ChatGPT will enable. Like, I'm sure medical advances and like really advanced technology will become really amazing because of AI, right? But that's not ChatGPT. That's like specific things that are made specifically for a specific task. That kind of stuff is really good. But when it comes to ChatGPT, it feels like its only purpose is lying to you half the time and being useful for bad actors. Like, I'm someone who likes technology and generally tries to embrace it as much as possible, but it really seems like these AIs like ChatGPT and Gemini and all of them are really doing more harm than good. Like, what happens to research in a couple years with all these researchers using LLMs to write their papers? The peer review system for scientific research will probably just implode, and we're gonna have an entire generation of kids that cheated their way through school, which is definitely not good. And I get why people are cheating their way through school. It is the path of least resistance. And honestly, the way schooling is done is bad. And it has been for a while. Like, the school system in America has been broken ever since Google became widespread. AI is only breaking the school system this hard currently because they refused to adapt when the internet became a thing. But still, I don't like the idea that, like, pretty much every student is using this to cheat, and if you're not, they feel like they're falling behind because that only makes sense. Like, if I was in school right now, I would not want to use AI, but I would feel the need to, because if I didn't, my classmates would get better grades than me for no reason other than they cheated. There's also a very high likelihood that passing off all complex thought to a bot will make people dumber, which we really don't need right now. And to be clear, I really don't know how to fix this problem besides, you know, making the bots better and not lie to people, but I don't think that can be done because we will never put ChatGPT or ChatGPT adjacent things back in the box. It's never gonna happen. Even if you shut down every single online service available, you can still download DeepSeek on your computer and run it on your computer. It's out of the bag. And also, ChatGPT is adding shopping, which currently does not have ads, but it definitely will. I guarantee you it will. And I just don't think it's a good idea to have a bot like this sell you stuff because it's probably too good at it. But AI as a whole definitely has potential because machine learning algorithms, which is what AI is, are like really good at specific tasks. That kind of stuff has a real use case. But ChatGPT and others just seem like they're gonna make society worse. That's all they seem like they're gonna do for now. I hope that changes, but I don't know. We'll see what happens. But what do you think? Let me know in the comments down below. Follow me in Blue Sky down below. I also have Discord if you want to check that out, and I moved. That's why things are like this. I'll set something else up later. But yeah, thank you for watching. Have a good one. Bye.
Uy! New good, no? Fresh gata? Check ba sa 5 sarap signs ng fresh gata? Wow! Maputi, malapot, mabango, makrema, manamis-namis pa. Kompleto sa 5 sarap signs. Nom nom nom! Good nom!
Godzilla was hopping around Tokyo City like a big playground, when suddenly Batman burst from the shade and hit Godzilla with a bat grenade. Godzilla got pissed and began to attack, but didn't expect to be blocked by Shaq, who proceeded to open up a can of Shaq Fu when Aaron Carter came out of the blue and he started beating up Shaquille O'Neal. Then they both got flattened by the Batmobile, but before we could make it back to the Batcave, Abraham Lincoln popped out of his grave and took an AK-47 out from under his hat and blew Batman away with a rat-a-tat-tat. But he ran out of bullets and he ran away because Optimus Prime came to save the day. This is the ultimate showdown of ultimate destiny. Good guys, bad guys, and explosions as far as the eye can see, and only one will survive. I wonder who it will be. This is the ultimate showdown of ultimate destiny. Godzilla took a bite out of Optimus Prime like Scruff McGruff took a bite out of crime, and then Shaq came back covered in a tire track, but Jackie Chan jumped out and landed on his back, and Batman was injured and trying to get steady when Abraham Lincoln came back with a machete, but suddenly something caught his leg and he tripped. Indiana Jones took him out with his whip. Then he saw Godzilla sneaking up from behind and he reached for his gun, which he just couldn't find cause Batman stole it, and he shot and he missed, and Jackie Chan deflected it with his fist. Then he jumped in the air and he did a somersault while Abraham Lincoln tried to pull a fault onto Optimus Prime, but they collided in the air. Then they both got hit by a Care Bear stare. This is the ultimate showdown of ultimate destiny. Good guys, bad guys, and explosions as far as the eye can see, and only one will survive. I wonder who it will be. This is the ultimate showdown. Angels sang out in an immaculate chorus. Down from the heavens descended Chuck Norris, who delivered a kick which could shatter bones into the crotch of Indiana Jones, who fell over on the ground, writhing in pain, as Batman changed back into Bruce Wayne. But Chuck saw through his clever disguise, and he crushed Batman's head in between his thighs. Then Gandalf the Grey and Gandalf the White and Monty Python and the Holy Grail's Black Knight and Benito Mussolini and the Blue Meanie and Cowboy Curtis and John B. the Genie, Robocop the Terminator, Captain Kirk and Darth Vader, Lopan, Superman, every single Power Ranger, Bill S. Preston and Theodore Logan, Spock, the Rock, Doc Ock and Hulk Hogan all came out of nowhere lightning fast, and they kicked Chuck Norris in his cowboy ass. It was the bloodiest battle that the world ever saw, with civilians looking on a total loss. The fight raged on for a century, many lives were claimed, but eventually the champion stood. The rest saw their better, Mr. Rogers in a bloodstained sweater. This is the ultimate showdown of ultimate destiny. Good guys, bad guys, and explosions as far as the eye can see, and only one will survive. I wonder who it will be. This is the ultimate showdown. This is the ultimate showdown. This is the ultimate showdown of ultimate destiny.
Free to be expressive, creative, innovative, free to be a dreamer. De La Salle College of St. Benilde.
I made this community post on my main channel. Only furry PFPs can respond to this post, and we got 900 responses, and we're gonna look through them.
Jesus Christ.
We got our first one from Loftbed account. That chair is sure epic, and that's coming from me, Loftbed. What are what the fuck? Bed account, table, chair.
Table, Grand Involve a clock. Wait, hang on a minute. What's going on here?
Look at what you've done. The furniture are taking over.
What YouTuber orchestrated this?
Respect to the chair. Chair. Does a chair count? What the? No! As a certified furniture, aka grandfather clock, I must say I'm a furry.
Immediately, we've been had.
Furry only comment section looks inside the furniture's face.
we look at the replies. Yeah, look at the replies to the furniture. I'm curious, yeah.
No one can stop us. W bed. We shall combine our powers to strengthen the furniture takeover.
What happened here? Who did this?
I don't know. You won't believe me, bro. We are the perfect duo. Aww, that's so cute. And I'm third wheel.
Wheel couch is back, baby. Bro.
Lamp!
Lamp! Wait, the lamp's here. What? Wait, go to these channels. Wait. Go to these channels. Do they have anything on them?
No, they have 1 subscriber.
Look at more. Look at more. You can see what
the couch.
Yeah. If click on more, you can see when they made their account.
Yeah.
They made they made them 2 days ago.
Alright, everybody, we need to get couch to 100 subscribers. And table's got 8 subscribers. I like how this banner is also table.
The table is popping off. Oh wait, that was made June 21st, 2020.
What the fuck?
That's been out there for ages. Wait, what?
Does he have posts? Wait, posts.
Oh my god, Indonesia, rah. Are these separate people or is this one person?
He's been waiting for this moment. Glad you could join the rebellion. The wall is Tyler, the creator, my Pookie.
Wait, what's that video?
Brick wall from Ben's video.
Don't pick that one. No, pick the other one.
What? Ben's video.
Okay. It's the phenomenon known as solar eclipse count.
I'd say so. I'd say so.
Heinz beans. I mean, beans might be fuzzy if you think about it. What the fuck?
No, they're not. No, they're not.
Maybe if they're moldy.
I'm defending my lawn right now. What the fuck? What the fuck?
What?
No way.
Wait, what the hell? Wait, hang on a minute.
Whoa.
Hang on a minute.
What?
Hang on a minute.
What?
Look at the
Hang on a minute.
more. I see
Hang on.
high. I see high. We gotta enhance.
Oh,
Wait, this account's been active since June 10th, 2023.
Oh my god.
Guys, completely unrelated. I've just found this on my YouTube recommendation. Why is he giving me the fucking fluoride snare?
He's making a movie.
Man.
He's making a movie.
I have an announcement.
Hi.
I'm making a movie. I need a lot of help to do it.
We should subscribe to Good Guy Gamer.
I'm in.
He needs animators, Chess. Can you animate?
I can animate. I can animate very well. I can animate you and me kissing.
Damn, Rosa Parks didn't die for this. That's crazy. Look at the replies on that one.
What the hell?
Yeah, that's nuts.
Epic rap battles of history.
Versus Rosa Parks.
Click read more. Click read more. Versus.
No, it's
more.
versus read more.
Where?
Are you fucking blind? It's right underneath the other one.
Oh, where?
There.
Where?
Okay, scroll back up. Do not fucking move. The second fucking comment, you dumbass. Underneath, the second reply.
Oh.
You're so...
Oh.
That's a great battle. I'd watch that. You're talking a minute. Oh my god. I was waiting for it, man. I was waiting for it. How many times am I gonna get referenced in this video?
Bro's gonna add them to his stash. What? Chess, what's your stash? What's your stash?
No,
Chess?
What's your stash?
No, we don't need to see my stash. Actually, I can show you my stash. Hang on.
Oh.
Meow! These are my key profile pictures.
Editor,
Editor,
blur all the...
Yeah, so
yeah, blur all those.
Hear me out. Wise mystical wall tree must count.
Wait, can we watch that video, please?
What is this?
Sziasztok! Én vagyok a Google fordító, és azért vagyok itt, mert ez
Is this fucking what language is this?
Wait, hang on. I think this is like Croatian or
I was gonna
something.
say, it looks like Croatian.
Croatian viewers, can you confirm?
Oh, boy kisser. Good.
Oh my god, of course, dude.
No. You know what that reminds me of? Hang on, I gotta I'm gonna change my profile picture for this occasion. Hey guys! Holy shit!
Dude, America!
Eagle sound effects. Yeah. America, we love America. I love America. Everyone salute for America. Did I see Pikachu with a gun? The fucking AI images we generated?
Oh, shit.
Oh my god!
Oh my god.
Dude! What a throwback.
Editor, blow this face to a child. Editor, they're a child. You have to blur. Thank you.
Yeah.
Holy fucking shit, dude. I saw that as like for a second. I'm like, wait, didn't we do that?
Dude.
That was us, right?
That is such a throwback.
Yeah, that was us.
That was my profile picture. Wait,
Yeah.
that's the one I did.
That's such a throwback. Wait, what did he say?
That is kind of crazy.
Why is the furniture speaking?
No.
We have ascended. We are no longer are us few furniture people bound to the normal laws of this land. Half of you furniture was made from me. I am a tree. Plant.mp5.
How much more of these are there?
There's so many.
I think
There's so many.
There's so many. I think we've gone enough.
Thanks for watching. Be sure to like, subscribe, and comment down below.
Yes.
Pond's Age Miracle with the powerful blend of hexyl retinol for youthful looking skin overnight.
Aprile. Gli schizzi di Papino della Libertà sono stupendi. Lei assomiglia alla mamma se fosse una regina. Ho chiesto a Papino se potesse fare una statua che mi somigliasse. Ha detto sì. 10 aprile. Oggi Papino è andato al suo studio. Gli ho chiesto se avesse già iniziato a lavorare alla mia statua ed ha continuato a sorridermi. Io credo di sì. Papino è molto gentile. 13 aprile. Non abbiamo avuto notizie di papà per un po' di giorni. È già successo in passato, dato che è solito lavorare al suo studio per tanto tempo, ma la mamma oggi era molto preoccupata. È andata nel suo studio dopo avermi messo a letto. 15 aprile. Mamma è tornata a casa stanotte. È andata dritta verso la sua stanza. 16 aprile. Oggi è venuto un ispettore. Ci ha chiesto di Papino e poi è andato nella stanza della mamma. Un paio di momenti dopo sono arrivati più uomini. Mamma stava piangendo. Continuano a gridare: lei ha i suoi occhi, lei ha i suoi occhi. Ero spaventata. Sono scappata via dalla casa. 18 aprile. Ricordo Papino dire alla mamma come la statua sarebbe stata messa in una nave chiamata Monarch. Sono andata al porto e l'ho trovata ancorata là vicino. Accanto alla nave c'erano alcune scatole. Parti della libertà erano in ciascuna di esse. Mi sono intrufolata in una scatola che era vuota. Spero che venga mandata dove sta Papino. Sento il suo spirito vicino alla libertà. 21 aprile. Sono molto affamata. Le scatole sono legate con una corda, quindi non posso uscire da sola. C'è un forte rumore nella stanza, come dell'argilla trascinata per il pavimento. Posso sentire le corde che vengono tagliate e qualcosa di grosso uscire da una scatola. È Papino? Ci sono molti altri suoni, come legno che si rompe. Dato che le corde sono rotte, sono uscita in fretta dalla scatola ed ho trovato del pane e della frutta nella stanza accanto. Mi sono sbagliata. Non è Papino, ma ha i suoi occhi. 24 aprile. Ho paura a rientrare di nuovo nella scatola. Ieri ha fatto fatto suoni più rumorosi. Mentre cercavo per del cibo, credo che un uomo mi abbia vista. La scatola è l'unico posto per nascondersi. Le corde continuano ad essere rotte da quella cosa con gli occhi di papino. Ho paura che quella cosa o quell'uomo possano aprire la mia scatola. Non scriverò più molto, perché ho paura di fare rumore. Scriverò nuovamente quando arriverò sulla terraferma. 29 aprile. La cosa con gli occhi di papà oggi mi ha preso. Mi ha tenuta mentre correva attraverso la giungla. La sua spada ha tagliato centinaia di alberi. Non ho potuto vedere molto nel buio, ma ho potuto vedere gli occhi di papà fissarmi da quelle palpebre metalliche. Siamo scesi giù per un buco e in una grotta profonda. Dopo avermi messo a terra, ha acceso un fuoco colpendo le sue braccia contro delle pietre. Ormai è da ore che affila la sua spada con le rocce, ma non ho mai guardato la lama. Oggi, sin da quando ho iniziato a scrivere, la cosa con gli occhi di papino ha fissato me.
«19 aprile. 6 casse sono state caricate all'alba. Sono pesanti. Ciascuna di esse contiene una parte di una grossa scultura. 29 aprile. Siamo atterrati a Gibraltar all'alba. La nave ci ha messo ore per approdare nel porto. C'erano molti buchi neri postiglio. Ciascuno di essi ha permesso ad enormi quantità d'acqua di entrare. Senza il catrame saremmo affondati in 3 giorni. Abbiamo aperto le casse per gli ufficiali della dogana. Le casse erano vuote.
Hala na to? Ano yan? Huh?
Hoy, ano? Oo, dito at ako ang inyong endorser. You can skip this. You can never skip taking care of your
morning of April 29th, we received numerous reports regarding a tremendous force that rushed up the rock, which tore down hundreds of trees and created several landslides throughout the previous night. One civilian likened the phenomena to the work of a gigantic crazed fella. Due to the sheer number of reports and the high level of concern in the surrounding community, I deployed myself along with 13 officers to the rock in search of an explanation. We discovered that there was indeed a newly forged trail through the dense foliage stretching almost the entire height of the rock. The trail was astonishingly linear, with no bends in the path. The cuts to the trees themselves were precise. The downed trees continued to be warm to the touch, presumably due to the extreme speed of this force. A few fires present along the trail were extinguished by fellow officers as we traversed the rock. The path ended at a large crevice in the ground, which looked to be an entrance to a large underground cavern. After requesting additional men and equipment, Officer Hadley descended into the crevice. It was not long until Hadley exclaimed in fright and urged us all to enter. Within the following hour, the majority of us were in the cabin, which appeared to be an undiscovered offshoot of Sir Michael's cave. In the middle of the location stood a plaster model of a tall Greco-Roman statue of a woman. Surrounding this sculpture were the splayed remains of an individual, flattened like a set of clothes. A hollowed-out torso was stretched a quarter of the way up the statue, the sight of which compelled a few of the officers to exit the cavern. The human remains were collected and sent to the morgue, while the sculpture was cleaned and lifted out. The statue's blade, held in its right hand, matched the cuts present on the downed trees. Despite the fantastical implications of this detail, the Gibraltar police force officially concludes that the work of the crazed fella was nothing more than the result of heavy winds. During a secondary investigation, a journal was discovered in the cavern. A translation of its Italian text is in progress.
Arrives the tight-knit wooden ship. The plaster body is absent. Instead, a tall, wounded woman sleeping in its vessel, donning a helmet wrapped in a robe, clutching a sword and a damaged shield. Overheard a conversation with the captain, a violent conflict with Freedom at the port in Gibraltar. They tell me inside her is the plaster, and I walk away, silently believing Freedom craved liberation so terribly she tried to take it for herself. But off the ship, she was dragged away. Freedom locked up. Freedom in chains. They tell me I have to take it out of her. So hook, rope, peel, and pull. When it was done, Freedom stood motionless. Freedom stood still. I see the final bronze woman, and I feel as if, maybe even hope, she is only dormant now and will awaken again.
So where did you say you got this? Well, long story short, I found it. Okay, well, how much do you want for it? Well, today's your lucky day. It's free. I can just have it? Mm-hmm. Yep. You can just have it. Why? And also, do you hear, like, music? Like, getting louder? No, I don't hear nothing. But if you can go and get this thing so we can get out of here, that'd be great. Why would we need to get out of here? Run! Run! Ah! up, everybody? My name is Scott, and you're watching Kentucky Ballistics. And you may not know this, but one of my favorite video games to play is Doom. And in honor of the new Doom game coming out, I thought we should have some fun with the Doomslayer's Super Shotgun. A big thank you to the Doomslayer for letting me borrow his shotgun for today's video. This thing is a custom 10-gauge shotgun. It has 12-inch barrels, a custom rear sight, custom grip, and a functioning meat hook. This is going to be quite the handful, and I'm very excited to try it out. We're going to start out with the meat hook, and for our targets, we have some cockademons. Okay, here we go. That wasn't as powerful as I thought it would be. Let's try this again, just a little bit closer. The meat hook seemed pretty effective, but now let's go ahead and actually try out the Super Shotgun. So we're going to be loaded up with some 10-gauge Demon buckshot. This should be pretty effective. Oh! Super Shotgun's pretty effective. Let's take out these other ones. Oh, this is too much fun. I got one left. I think I like the Doomslayer Super Shotgun. Let's move on to some other targets, shall we? Oh, spam again. Have you ever wondered how spammers get your phone number or why your inbox is full of spam? Well, there's companies called data brokers, and they make billions selling your information without your consent to marketers and spammers. And while they legally have to remove your information if you ask them to, they make it overly complicated on purpose. But that's why I recommend today's sponsor, Aura, to all my family and friends. They take care of all the hassle and get your information off the interwebs. I have personally experienced spam, and I have to say, I'm not a fan. I'm more of a chicken guy myself. Now, you may already have a digital security tool, but not having Aura is like locking your front door and leaving your back door wide open. I'm totally sending a text message right now and not just using that as an excuse to hold my phone and read these features off of it because my tiny Kentucky brain cannot contain them. You will get alerts if your personal info is found on the dark web, real-time fraud alerts for credit and banking, 24/7 monitoring to help keep your identity secure. Then also you got a secure VPN, antivirus, password manager, and more, and US-based support available around the clock if something goes wrong. I will be home for dinner, Mom. Yes, absolutely. How does it make you feel that these companies are just selling your data and making profit off of you? Well, guess what? You can put a stop to that today by checking out Aura. Swing over to aura.com/Kentucky to get 2 weeks free, and in that 2 weeks, you will find out where your information is being sold on the interwebs. Again, a big thank you to Aura for sponsoring today's video, and if you want to check them out, the link is in the description down below. Uh-oh! Looks like we got some imps. I better take them out with my Doomslayer Super Shotgun. Oh, this one just got nicked, I think. There's more over there! Oh! This thing's ridiculous! Oh! 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 That's pretty nasty! So up next, I have a question that needs to be answered. Am I Doomslayer enough to one-hand the Doomslayer Super Shotgun? Well, there's only one way to find out. So we're going to load this thing up with one 10-gauge, 3.5-inch Demon Buck shell. And we're going to see what happens. Okay. Oh, here we go. Oh yeah! I'll tell you what, if the Doomslayer ever needs a day off, I can cover him. So it looks like now we have encountered some pinky demons, and I know in the game these things are pretty difficult to defeat. Let's see how hard they are to defeat in real life. Oh! 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 I got Pinky Demon on me! Ah! I don't exactly remember their names, but they are very, very difficult to beat in the game. Let's see how we do with the Doomslayer Super Shotgun. Oh! Up next, I have something that the Doomslayer hates even more than demon monsters. Eggplant! Because nobody likes eggplant! Well, I thought I had cleared my range of all the demon monsters today, but it seems we have a few left. The Doomslayer would say that that is unacceptable. I'm never gonna get that out of my pants. Well, I hope you enjoyed this video. If you did, be sure and give it a like. And make sure you hit that subscribe button. Also, be sure and check me out on all other social media platforms. Links to those can be found in the description down below, along with a link to KentuckyBallistics.com, just in case you want to pick up a shirt. Be be sure and let me know what you thought about the Doomslayer Super Shotgun in the comment section down below. And as always, my name is Scott. Thank you so much for watching Kentucky Ballistics, and I'll see you next time.
I found an Uzbek deity at these coordinates. Honestly, this is how I expect God to act if he had the personality of, like, Uncle Grandpa. Like, technically omnipotent and omniscient, but chooses to use it for a gag and let only you see him because it's funny. And it really is only you who can see them there. I'm looking at a black image, and if you check the link that picture is at now, the deity is gone. He's a wandering Pokemon like Suicunes. Hi again, fellas, and today we're looking at r/Google Maps oddities, Google Earth finds, and a lot of subreddits like that, all of which are a little smaller than you would think, considering the world's collective obsession with GeoGuessr and how many people just have to use Google Maps day in, day out. You're bound to run into weird stuff. For example, I literally ran into one of these anomalies on accident as a kid. Me and my friends were staying up late at a sleepover just messing around on Google Maps. We were going to North Korea and other places we thought were funny to type on a keyboard because we had just learned how to type, but eventually we decided to mess around with the numbers pad and just type in some random coordinates into Google Earth. The results horrified us. Traumatizing stuff I will not describe to you now. What popped up was something so sick and twisted, like bad creepypasta levels of horror, that we all agreed to never speak of this again and just call it a night. Do you know how hard it is to get 5th graders to agree to a vow of silence? See, the problem is when I woke up the next morning, I couldn't tell if that experience was a dream or not, so I asked my friends if that really happened, and they all said no. So like you would think it was a dream, but we all swore not to speak of what happened last night. So I never found out if they were telling the truth or just keeping a promise that I was breaking. It's bothered me for a while now. Either way, Google Maps is traumatizing the children. If you enjoyed this video, this card at the end will take you to another one like it, and be sure to subscribe with notifications on so you never miss an upload. This low overpass knocked the Street View camera off its mount. I do love that even though the camera went AWOL, it still managed to capture pictures and have a connection to give to Google Earth to display. I'm sure that Rainbolt could figure out exactly where this is, but in truth, a lot of places have a local overpass that is known for just decapitating trucks that are a little too tall. I've had like internet friends refer to their local overpass as the circumciser, you know, because it takes the top off. Alternatively, it's a reverse circumcision because the hood of your car is the only thing left. Everything taller than it has been turned into a forced convertible, a strange obelisk, and markers in the middle of the Mexican desert. I mean, kudos to the guys who had the balls to go out there and actually take pictures of the thing. That way I can find out about its existence from a distance. The thing is, I don't think I'm going to be very safe from this, considering there's a bunch of these around the world. That's literally the Washington Monument. I know for a fact that if you've ever seen the monument mythos, then the first thought you had about this image was the weird and fucked up tree that has to be inside this tomb. There's probably like hundreds of people who have been sacrificed to this beast in order to keep it tamed. Here, Google Earth finally revealed the truth about the pyramids. We were so curious how they managed to build pyramids back in the day out of bricks that weighed thousands of pounds at a time where like you don't have modern construction equipment. People just refused to acknowledge that ancient Egyptians had sauce when it came to construction, so they try to say it's like aliens. But the truth is the Egyptians did it, and what they managed to build is even more impressive. We were so busy looking up, we didn't dig down. We thought the only things down there were already ransacked tombs. Instead, we got like a double pyramid. Depending on which way you turn your head to the side, it looks like either a fast forward or rewind button. I guess that's why there's two of these structures. That way you can turn time backwards and forwards. And I want to stress, yes, the pyramids can time travel, but it's only because the Egyptians figured it out themselves. A blurred B-2 bomber, and you'll notice that like a lot of these objects that are caught in really fast motion from a satellite have this kind of RGB RGB chromatic aberration effect. Whoever was piloting this B-2 bomber, though, I am sure that he knows this ended up on Google Maps because it made the rounds, and all his buddies in the military must give him shit as the one stealth pilot that managed to get caught, not by like China or Russia or another foreign adversary, by Google. There's like a feature Google Maps has where you can set a named location at a bunch of different places. Their moderation on how to get the pin put on the map is a little lax, but tell me what you would name the location of the bomber. And before we continue, real quick, I want to tell you about my new YouTube figure. This little fella coming out soon. Can't take him out the box, it's very valuable. This little dude got birthed as a result of y'all's overwhelming support. Y'all ran up the numbers on the plush, and I cannot thank y'all enough. And if you missed out on that plush run, this guy is another opportunity to have me inside your house. You'll be able to do whatever you want to him. I am at your mercy. And I can confirm this figure will fit inside most regulation standard jars. This dude goes up for sale on Tuesday, April 22nd, so mark that date on your calendar, and when it does, it's for a limited time only. Also, if you bought any merch from me in the past and it's starting to come in through the mail, please feel free to tweet it at me using hashtag #QuiteLoot. I'd love to see it. And also, thank you so much. Anyways, back to your regular programming. Okay, as far as like something being of consequence, this is probably the craziest Google Map find in this video. Not the weirdest or the strangest, just a whoa, that actually happened sort of thing. A 40-year-old man went missing after a night out. 22 years later, a local man was looking on Google Maps and spotted a car in the lake. When the car was searched, the missing man's skeletal remains were found inside. And here you have the screenshots of how you're able to tell from like the stratosphere that, yep, there's a Jeep in there. Having that clean-ass pool next to this grody lake with apparently a skeleton in it is a really fun compare and contrast. A juxtaposition, that's the word. But did the guy who lives in that house now never go to the property line near that little pond and check to see if there was anything in there? Like, I don't expect him to go swimming, but if you can see this from orbit, then surely you can see it from the grass. Here we have a dude just trying to take a picture of the scenery and a nice disembodied hand supporting him so he doesn't fall over. For one, the spread on that hand is gigantic. It is practically cupping around his entire lower back, and I can't tell if it's actually supposed to be a steadying hand of support that's stopping this dude from falling over, or if it's like possessive, because this just looks like to me how Omni-Man was grabbing Donald's spine in the season 1 of Invincible. Shit was like firm as hell and Donald was still keeping it pushing. Here we have a house on fire, man. Jesus. It's like bound to happen to somebody eventually, but like I do feel bad for the poor sucker who by chance has a life-changing disaster and it gets caught on satellite image. Like, this house could be completely rebuilt by now. Whoever the homeowner was has completely recovered from this accident. They could be in their kitchen right now as we discuss their formerly on fire house, but every time they give their address to a friend for the first time and that person looks it up on Google Maps for directions on how to get there, if they have satellite imagery on, they are going to see those smoke plumes and they're going to have a great conversation starter about your life whether you want them to or not. This is a flipped over ship in North Korea, possibly a yacht. Whatever ship that is looks like it's big enough that if it had crashed somewhere else in the world, it might have gotten its own YouTube video documenting the whole thing minute by minute. Shout out Bright Sun Films. Weird PNGs in the street view images of the Republic of the Congo. Before we look at these, they're really weird, so I'm gonna say that no word on if they actually appear in thin air when you go to these locations. So first, we have just a really poorly cropped eye on the TV. One little Easter egg I'm gonna tell y'all about to look for in the future, because this image reminded me of how much better I am at masking eyes over things than this guy is. Pretty often in thumbnails and certain advertisements, I just love to stick on the Brendan Fraser crying eyes over my own, or really whoever I'm talking about on a given day. They show up in the place you least expect when you least expect it. We got another one of like a dude who's got a tree growing out of his mouth. Ain't that just a version of the Hanahaki fic where the flowers grow out of your mouth if your crush doesn't like you back? You know, being lovesick, loving someone so much you would die over it. I'm seeing a lot of eyeballs over here. Like, we got this one dude who's just probably on his way to work on his bicycle. I like to imagine that there was actually a real dude on his bike in this picture, and whoever posted this as a troll just pasted over him. Yeah, this dude in my neighborhood just actually looks like this big eyeballed freakazoid. There's like just a really nonchalant looking cow. Congrats to the Moo guy on getting into Mario Kart, by the way. The comments have looked into these, and the more interesting story is where they actually come from. Like, these are supposedly street view images in the Republic of the Congo, but they're clearly taken in other places. It was apparently confirmed to be from Lincoln, Nevada. Moving on, we have a guy who was bored and used it in a little more productive of a way than just like trolling on the internet. I posted a couple months ago about a Jeep stuck in a pond near Key West, Florida. Today, a friend of mine went and found it, but I like to imagine that like this is an IRL of the original poster, and he just did not want to go on the hunt himself, so he told his friend, is like, listen man, I need some Reddit karma, can you like go find it for me? And to his credit, he did pull it off. That is absolutely a Jeep in the water. The way that water looks from like a bird's eye view versus how it does up close is always really really interesting to me. I know it has to do with like lighting and stuff, but I like to imagine it actually is because it changes properties depending on where you're standing, like it's a video game. Basically, I'm a bigger fan of lying to myself than I am about accepting reality for what it is. Now, this is less an oddity of something you found on Google Earth and more about something that Google Earth did. Just absolutely tore up the side of someone's car. I remember hearing that Google Earth vans that drive around were self-driving for literal years now, but I never learned how true that was, because it feels like people only talk about self-driving being made only in like the last decade or so. Google Earth was not the one that shivved this car in the side, it just caught the dude in the act. If this was like a hit and run and you didn't exchange insurance, would the pictures that Google Earth took count as evidence? Aw man, this post when it got originally made would have been like a really wholesome thing that somebody could enjoy and try right now. Alas, this was 6 years ago and things have changed in that time. If you drag the Street View peg over Windsor Castle, you become the queen! No, I don't want to die! Listen, the queen had a good run. It's not like she didn't get her fill on Earth. Like, it's sad that she died and I hope her loved ones are doing well, but come on, man! In order to boost tourism, the Jinhua village in China built a giant QR code from 130,000 trees so it can be scanned by passing planes. And here we are doing the boring version of that, looking at it from a bird's eye view on the internet. Part of me like really wants to go to China and then go to random places in it to see shit like this, but I imagine it would be a lot more underwhelming at ground level because I'm short and probably less tall than the hedges, and it's just gonna look like a normal garden to me, and I'll have wasted several $1,000s making the trip. And listen, man, Speed is running an incredible propaganda campaign about what you can find in China. I don't mean like rehabilitating the image of the CCP, I just mean he's doing cool shit. He did a backflip on the palm of a mountain's hand. How can you not think that's sick? This is the number of public saunas in Finland. Can somebody pull up that one text post, potential of Finland being completely fake? Okay, my problem is this map and all the pins on it do, yes, convey that there are a lot of saunas on Finland. The title of the post, though, is the number of public saunas. I'm sorry, do you expect me to fucking count these? Like, I'm really impressed that the Finnish people, like, all together collectively enjoy sweating themselves to 1% water content, like, as a national pastime. Like, these start overlapping so hard in the population centers that they become voids. Bro, I am running a peer-reviewed study. I need concrete numbers. Third base in this baseball field is in a completely different state, where most of the field is in Massachusetts. If you manage to get to third base, you're going to be in Rhode Island. Really puts the intro of Family Guy in perspective. Seems today like all you see is violence in movies and sex on TV. Get to third base with the lady, you're gonna be in Quahog, you know what I'm saying? This just fell apart so fast. What was I even trying to do? Here we have just an honest-to-goodness photo bomb, a real wholesome one. I overhear my neighbor screaming, "It's here! It's here!" And a few weeks later, I stumble onto this. Thank you, OP. I know where you live now, or at least where you lived 6 years ago. Do you think there's like a channel for people who like try to get onto Google Maps by running up to the van when they see it pass by, to reach out to Google and unblur their face because they clearly wanted to be seen? I can't tell if he's flicking them off and they're blurring his hands, or if he's just showing his guns off. Now here we have like just a comically censored patch on Google Maps satellite images. Like, this feels like the mosaic effect in Photoshop just absolutely blasted to the max. And what they're hiding in there isn't the funny part so much as it is how bluntly the information got delivered to me. Prison. One word properly capitalized, period at the end, that's all you need to know. If you ever see it again, this is probably the context. Have fun with that however you will. Now this guy found on Street View what was essentially just a real-life stop-motion animation. Does life imitate art, or does art imitate life? This guy is on a bike in a clearly walkable city, and it doesn't seem like he's doing anything too out of the ordinary right now. Maybe other than wearing a suit in the damn thing. I'd be afraid of tearing my pants. The camera follows him a little longer as he continues to trudge down the alleyway, and then he hits a jump, man. He just starts BMXing. This probably wasn't even that crazy, but it's the implied insanity of the trick he did that is enjoyable. He could have done some of the most gravity-defying shit in between pictures. I don't know. I have to use my imagination. They cut an entire slice out of a mountain to make room for some tennis courts. Apparently this is in Brazil, and like, yeah, this is a really striking image. Like, I would love to play a game of pickup here just for the vibes, man. On a hot summer day, the shade of the mountain you cut in half just keeping you cool. The thing is, I'd probably only do it once and as soon as possible if given the chance, because in the comments somebody said, it's their property, they can do what they want, but I am an engineer, and that is a ticking time bomb. A landslide waiting to happen. It feels like the type of landscape gets sculpted on Minecraft in order to get the vibes just right in your new world with friends that you'll forget about in 2 weeks. And the last one we have is a deployed life raft that has been stuck in the same place since 2017. There's a slideshow of images that just kind of show it looking miserable on a beach over the course of years. It's probably tides, but I'm gonna pretend that the sea level is rising and that's why the shoreline is getting smaller. I hope whoever was on that life raft got discovered and brought back home, or at the very least is surviving by the skin of their teeth on the island they washed up to. Regardless, I'm gonna wrap this video up here. Remember to keep an eye on that U2's launch next Tuesday. That card I mentioned should be on screen, and if you enjoyed, be sure to drop a like and subscribe with notifications on so you never miss an upload. Anyways, this has been Quite, and I'll see y'all next time.